Oh yeah. Carl, they're ready. Do an interview first. We'll do an interview first.
Good evening, Stacey Copeland here with you live on Fightzone TV at Grimsby Auditorium. We've got a great night of boxing ahead. Carl Greaves Promotions. Carl Greaves is with me now. Carl, really quickly, how important is it bringing big-time boxing, title fight no less, top of the bill to Grimsby?
It's absolutely amazing, and Levi Giles has he sold about 450 tickets alone tonight. They're really coming out in numbers to support Levi, and I'm really pleased I've been able to bring championship boxing to Grimsby. I don't think they've had championship boxing for a long time. I think it was since I promoted Kev Hooper for the English title against Gary Sykes. So really pleased I've got Levi the opportunity to fight for the vacant silver Commonwealth super featherweight title against a live opponent as well in Razak Najib.
It should be an absolute belt to this because he's a feisty contender himself, but we saw what Levi could do last time out here at Grimsby. It was an incredible atmosphere, and we've got a great undercard as well. Who should people keep their eyes out for?
Well, you've got James Richardson. You've got a stacked card really. Harvey Aldo's a great prospect. Tom Pogston, Owen Edwards. They're all good fighters on the undercard. They're all up and coming prospects that I'm building, and they're all coming along nicely. Obviously, you've got Kurt Steele, who's the Commonwealth Super Featherweight champion.
And this is what it's about, isn't it, Carl? The opportunity for fighters to build up the rounds, get ringmanship experience, you know, go through these tough fights early on in their career. Really important for them to have that foundation with which to build from, and important for the sport of boxing. This is the lifeblood of it, isn't it?
Oh, definitely, yeah, because obviously Kirsty fought here last time in Grimsby, and then obviously the fight after she fought for the Commonwealth title and won that. So it's great building platform, these small old shows. I mean, I wouldn't call this a small old show tonight. It's 1,100 tickets sold out. I think there was 16 tickets left on the box office before obviously close of play today. So I'm pretty sure they'll go on the door tonight. It's a sellout. So absolutely buzzing. It's going to be an amazing atmosphere. Last time was a brilliant atmosphere, but I think we've got 200 more people in tonight than last time, and they're coming out to support Levi, and I really hope he wins his title tonight, and we can build and build at Grimsby because we've got a good thing going here.
Absolutely, loads of local fighters on as well. A chance for fight fans to get behind them right from the beginning of their careers. I'm going to let you go now because I know you've got hand wrapping to do and get your fighters ready. So without further ado, let's crack on with a great night of boxing here live on Fightzone TV from Grimsby Auditorium. Over to your MC, Terry Gauci.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Grimsby Auditorium. We are live on Fightzone for a night of professional boxing presented by Carl Greaves Promotions in association with Jordan Road Surfacing. This evening has been sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, and our representatives at ringside are as follows. Steward in charge, Mr. Matt Harris. Area representatives, Mr. Warren Churchill, Mr. Jamie Reynolds, Mr. Kenny Basford, and Mr. Jazz Dalawau. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get the action underway. Our first contest of the evening is a light heavyweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. Please welcome to the ring, from Manchester, Josh Cook. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Sykehouse, Yorkshire, Owen Edwards. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is a light heavyweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds of action. Introducing first and boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the black with red trim, weighing in at 12 stone 6 ounces. He comes to the ring for his 37th professional bout from Manchester, Josh Cook. And his opponent boxing out of the red corner, wearing the black with white trim, weighing in at 11 stone 6 pounds 4 ounces. He comes to the ring with a 100% fight record, 1 from Sykehouse, Yorkshire, Owen Edwards. Your referee in charge of the action for this first one is Mr. Chris Dean, and your timekeeper at the bell is the suave, the smooth. It's Jason Boone.
Well, a very good evening. Here we are at Grimsby Auditorium, live on Fightzone TV. Carl Greaves Promotions. You just heard from Carl there. Really looking forward to a great night of boxing. And it really is important, these shows. He said it's not a small hall show given the amount of tickets that they've shifted for tonight, but these shows really are important for fighters to start their careers. It's a great platform with which for them to get started and build their fan base from the beginning. We're underway now with our first bout of the evening. Owen Edwards in the black shorts with the white waistband, getting straight to work on Josh Cook, fighting out of the blue corner in the black shorts with the red trim. Lots of local fighters on tonight, so we expect plenty of support. It's already great atmosphere in here, and really it'll be built with each fight to the big one. Of course, we've got Levi Giles fighting. This is a nice start so far from Edwards, just edging his way in. This is his second outing, made his debut in July. Nice sharp jab from Edwards. He's utilising it well. Nice and composed, taking his time. Josh Cook just taking care of his defensive duties. 36 bouts, Josh Cook, the man from Manchester. He's a coach and does PT sessions at Fighting Fit Manchester. Joe Pennington in his corner, very, very experienced coach, of course, known for producing quality journeymen. Good work here from Josh, though. He's doing what he needs to do defensively. Takes a big left hand from Edwards there, though. Nice variation in the shots from Edwards. Mixing up body and head together. He's doing a good job of this. A little bit wild with that swing. Edwards just resets his feet again, retains his composure. Found his way through a couple of times, Edwards, but Josh Cook, of course, 36 fights, knows his way around the ring. He's only been stopped once, by the way. He's had 1 win, 32 losses, 3 draws. Of those losses, just 1 stoppage, so not an easy man to get out of there early doors. A little bit off target sometimes from Edwards, just trying to find his range. He's trying to throw, when he settles behind that jab and doesn't force it, it's really effective. Now and then just throwing a wild swing, which is missing, but a good opening round from Edwards. I'm sure he'll be fairly happy with that in his corner. Applied himself well in that opening round. Just be finding his range.
Feeling good. How is back end? Okay, yeah, good. Start with the jab.
Scheduled for 4 threes this one.
Yes.
Josh Cook choosing to stand in his corner, taking instruction from Northside's Joe Pennington, based in Manchester. As I say, a very, very experienced coach. Particularly good guiding journeyman. Edwards back on his feet now. He chose to sit down during the rounds. Back up now as we get the second round underway. Edwards just edging in, using his feet to work his way in. Nice shot down to the body. Follows up, pushes Cook back. Couple of feints there. And steps in behind the jab. Nice work with the jab from Edwards. Takes a few on the gloves from Cook. Not too much in those, of course. Nice jab there from Edwards. Lovely and sharp that jab is. It's effective as well. Uses it to the body as well, mixing it up. Not too much coming back from Cook. Taking care again of his defensive duties and putting a few combinations together of his own, but nothing that will trouble Edwards too much. Nice head movement from Edwards as he edges forward. Leads with the backhand there. As I say, a very difficult man to stop, Josh Cook. Just one stoppage in his 36 outings. So he's moves his way around, pretty savvy in there. Nice work there from Edwards though. Very difficult to break these journeymen down, who are again really savvy when it comes to making it difficult to find a way through. He has that low lead hand defensive style, Josh Cook, certainly when Edwards steps in. It's definitely open to that overhand right if Edwards can create the opening for it. Sometimes just falling short, not quite in range. He's working his way in. There's been fewer wild shots in this second round from Edwards. Seems to have his feet underneath him and slightly better range in this round, I'd say. A good second round for Edwards. Taking instructions. Of course, it's such a short time, isn't it? A minute. It feels like it absolutely flies when you're in the corner. It's not a great deal of time for coaches to get their key messages across, instructing their fighters of what they want to see in the upcoming round. Trying to steady your breathing, deal with any cuts or abrasions, and get your mind focused on what your coach is asking you to do. It's no easy task, and as the rounds go on and mentally you get more and more fatigued, it becomes more difficult. And 4 3-minute rounds doesn't seem that much until you're in there and you've done it, and that fatigue sets in very, very quickly, which is why it's really important for fighters starting out in the pro ranks to build up the rounds. It's not just about physically becoming accustomed to that, but mentally as well, staying switched on the whole time. Nice shot from Cook there. Just a short right hook. Nice return from Edwards though. Lovely sharp jab. He's just suddenly gone up a gear there, Edwards. Doesn't get carried away though. He's stepped back and got back behind the jab, but that was a nice little flurry for him. He got through with a couple of big shots on Cook there, so it shows that he has got another gear in the locker, and there's a bit of power there as well. Just letting Cook know he has that in his arsenal, but he's gone back to working his way in, edging his way in, didn't get carried away then, Edwards. Just dropping his guard a little bit, perhaps just to invite Cook on. Maybe open him up a little bit, find some openings with which to counter. Doing really well here so far, Edwards. Crowd getting right behind him whenever he steps forward and puts a combination together. The crowd urging him forward, pushing Cook back towards the ropes now. Will he step on him, add the pressure again? Cook just sticking that jab out to try and deter him. It's awkward to get at Cook. That defensive style he's got with that rolling shoulder makes it quite difficult to gauge the range and the distance, constantly moving his head. Catches him good there though. Nice shot from Edwards. Lines up that backhand. Good work rate this from Edwards. So isn't a great deal coming back from Cook. He's obviously doing his job, concentrating on his defence and just doing what he needs to do to keep Edwards thinking, but Edwards not taking his foot off the gas, which he could do, but he isn't doing. He's keeping a good work rate up, which is good to see. Again, really lovely sharp jab from Edwards. Closing stages of the third round now. Nice and comfortable for Edwards. He's making sure that he keeps himself on the front foot, keeps applying the pressure. No doubt there though, 3 comfortable rounds to Edwards, but nice to see him step up a little bit there. He put the pressure on Cook a little bit there and followed up with a couple of big shots. Shows that he does have that in his locker. Let's see if he decides in this 4th round to add the pressure a little bit more.
So we're feeling good? Yeah, feeling good. Feeling well, controlling everything.
Look, last round, switch on. Yep, switch on. He's lazy, don't be you lazy. If you see he's coming. Go there and step into the jab. You white man. Yes, can you give power, please?
4th and final round coming up now, so let's see if Edwards decides to apply the pressure a little bit more. There we go, the crowd really up for this final round now, really getting behind Edwards. He's from South House in Yorkshire. He's brought a coach load of supporters with him, which is great to see, and the supporters in fine voice, really getting behind him. So important, these early fights, to get the fan base on board who are going to support you as you progress, and that's certainly what Edwards appears to be building here. Couple of feints with the front foot as he works his way in. Cook just sticking out a pouring jab. Got him against the ropes now, unleashes a couple of big shots, Edwards. Nice work again from Edwards to the body. Been a good performance from Edwards because, as I say, Josh Cook difficult to break down. Just 1 stoppage in 36 outings. So Edwards certainly done a good job here. Kept his work rate up. Nice array of shots. Shown that he's got the power at times when he wants to deploy it. Lovely left hook there. Caught Josh Cook on the way out. Nice short hook that was. Joe Pennington shouting at Josh Cook to throw the 1-2. Wants him to, he attempted it there but a little bit short. Wasn't quite in range for it, but he's imploring him to throw the 1-2 just to try and keep Edwards at bay. Edwards steamrollers in with that overhand backhand though, and then follows up with a couple of big shots again, much to the delight of the crowd. Pushes him back again, he's got him on the ropes now. Will take advantage. Josh Cook managing to find his way out there. Good work again from Edwards behind that jab. Nice, tidy, technically sound fighter, Owen Edwards. And just stepping across, using his footwork constantly to keep the pressure on Josh Cook. He's always in front of his man. Applies pressure with his footwork even when he's not throwing. Got a good work rate, Edwards, but doesn't waste his energy. He's economical with his shots. Nice big shots to push Josh Cook against the ropes now. Follows up with a nice backhand. Josh Cook just again pouring out that jab. Closing stages of this one now. It's been a good performance from Owen Edwards, really trying to have a big finish. He does, the crowd really getting behind him now. It was a good performance from Owen Edwards against a tough journeyman in Josh Cook, the Mancunian. I should think that Owen Edwards will be pretty pleased with that performance. Kept his work rate up, stepped up the gears when he felt he was able to, didn't lose composure when he did and get carried away. Got back behind his jab, nice sharp jab there as well from Owen Edwards. Good performance, got a great crowd with him. And lots of smiles from Josh Cook in the corner, looks like he enjoyed that one as well. So we're about to get the result now. Let's go to your RMC, Terry Gauci.
First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause, please, for both these boxers inside the ring. And after 4 rounds of professional boxing, the contest has been scored 40-36 in favour of your winner, and moving to 2 wins from 2, still with a 100% record, Owen Edwards.
Well, as expected, 40-36. The referee's given that one in favour of Owen Edwards. No surprise there. A good performance from him. And we'll go and chat to him at ringside in just a moment and see how happy he was with that performance. Clearly, his crowd, his fans are pretty happy. He's brought a coach load down with him. And they certainly haven't been disappointed. There'll be lots to celebrate for them tonight. We'll chat to Owen Edwards at ringside next. Hopefully we'll get the chance to chat to him in a little while. He'll be obviously celebrating with the coach load of fans that he's brought with him, which is great to see. Brilliant support in here tonight. The Carl Greaves Promotions at Grimsby Auditorium. Really good to see all the support. Lots of local fighters on this evening. Right, we're about to get the second bout underway. Shaden Walmsley and Joe Hardy. So let's go to your MC for this evening, Terry Gauci.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is a middleweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds of action. Please welcome to the ring from Leeds, Joe Hardy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Grimsby's very own Shaden Walmsley. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is a middleweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds of action. Introducing first and boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the green with black, weighing in at 11 stone, 1 pound 14 ounces. He comes to the ring for his 17th professional bout from Leeds, Yorkshire, Joe Hardy. And his opponent, boxing out of the red corner, weighing in at 11 stone, 6 pounds, wearing the white and gold. He comes to the ring after a professional debut of a victory, still 100%, 1 from Grimsby, Lincolnshire, Shaden Wormsley. Your referee in charge of the action for this one is Mr. Kev Parker, your timekeeper at the bell. He's silky smooth, it's Jason Booth.
Here we go then, you can probably hear in the background huge support for the local man, Shaden Wormsley from Grimsby. We saw him here make his debut in June against Dale Arrowsmith, a journeyman who just 2 weeks ago became a centurion, his 100th fight as a journeyman. Tonight though, he's in against Joe Hardy, 16 bouts to his name, 3 stoppages in his 13 losses. The man from Leeds, 28 years old. Boxed Will Crawler in May. Nice start from Wormsley. Certainly not a feeling out round so far. Wormsley getting straight to work. Stepping across and unloading big shots early doors onto Hardy. Hardy firing back a couple of his own though, trying to keep him off. That long uppercut from Hardy. Nice body shot from Wormsley. No doubt Hardy will have felt that one. Skipping around, trying to use every inch of that ring as Wormsley steps straight to him again. Starts to load up. Big shots coming in from Wormsley. Hardy doing his best to keep him off. Plenty of movement already from Hardy. He's covered every inch of the canvas so far. Trying to get out of the way of Wormsley, but as soon as he pushes him back against the ropes, he's loading up. Big shots coming in here from Wormsley, trying to find a way through, but Hardy rallies and again replies with a couple of his own. Massive support here for Wormsley when he walked out then, and the crowd right behind him, urging him forward, like what they've seen so far. It's just settling a little bit now, this one. Wormsley though constantly stepping to his man, got him against the ropes again. Hardy just tucking up, trying to weather the storm. Back on his bike again now. Wormsley taking his time behind the jab. Doesn't take any time in loading up, getting those power shots off Wormsley. Not too interested in tapping his way through this. Soon as he gets the opportunity, he's letting those big shots go. Huge support for Wormsley. You can hear the crowd in fine voice getting behind him. The atmosphere here really, really heating up for Wormsley, but he's not letting that distract him too much. He's sticking to the task, staying composed, not getting carried away. It certainly looks like if he gets the opportunity, he's going to try and get Hardy out of here. Big shots at every opportunity. Hardy feeling these. It's been a tough first round for the man from Leeds. Drops his head low. Blood coming from the nose of Hardy. The corner will be going to work on that, trying to stem the bleeding. He chooses to stand up, Joe Hardy. The corner go to work on that blood coming from the nose. Wormsley in the opposite corner, choosing to take the stool, taking his instructions. Seeing some of that work from Wormsley. You can see he edges his way in, but as soon as he gets the chance to load up with big shots. He's not taking any time whatsoever, and it does look like if he gets the chance here, and if Hardy begins to tire, he may well go for the finish. He's got to stay alert though, because Hardy coming back with a couple of big shots of his own on occasion. Nothing that's troubled Walmsley too much so far though. Second round now.
Round 2.
I expect we'll see Walmsley go through the gears as he looks intent on making this a very, very difficult night for the Yorkshireman. Hardy in the green and black shorts, of course, fighting out of the blue corner. Walmsley in the white and gold shorts, fighting out of the red corner. He's looking in confident mood now, dropping his guard. Walmsley trying to pick his shots, flicking out that jab, trying to pick off Hardy. Tighter guard now as he steps to Hardy. You can see on the face of Hardy just how tough that first opening round was for him. Tucks up now, low, very low with his head there. Nice little rally from Joe Hardy there. Encouraged by his corner. Head movement, especially when he's bringing his head in low, is making it difficult for Walmsley to put his shots together. He's just biding his time. Good work from Hardy so far in this round. Walmsley finds an opening there though, tries to capitalise on it, but Hardy tucks it well. Deters him from being able to follow up too much. Hardy tucks up now. On occasion he's doing a good job, Hardy, of closing the gap so that Walmsley doesn't have the space to work. Perhaps Walmsley sometimes just needs to take that slight step back to be able to get his shots off. But he's backed him up into the corner here. Will he take advantage of this position? It's Hardy, however, who lets his shots go. Walmsley not quite as explosive as he was in that opening round. Hardy coming back with a few shots of his own, but now he goes through the gears a little bit and puts his foot on the gas. Walmsley pushes his man back again. Some big shots there. Hardy showing him he's not been bothered by those, which probably means that he has, as is often the case, those mind games. Lots of blood coming from the nose of Hardy now. Back to business now. Crowd getting behind Walmsley again as we come to the closing stages of the second round. Such a low position when he's defending Hardy. It becomes really difficult for Walmsley to find a way through. He's having to punch down, but without a great target really. Of course, you don't want to be punching the top of your opponent's head too much. Not great for your hands, but you're going to have to find a way through Walmsley, that when Hardy drops his head low, maybe throw some, look more to the uppercut perhaps, or get him around the back of those elbows, get to the body a little bit more, because really difficult to get those head shots off when he's in that very, very low bent position. Done a good job of stopping the bleeding from that nose, Hardy's corner, for now. I expect we'll see more of that though in the third round.
Corners, 10 seconds.
It's cleared up for now though.
Seconds out.
Both fighters back on the feet, ready to get the third round underway. Huge support for Walmsley in here, as you'd expect, local lad from Grimsby. A great support for his debut, and he's brought great support tonight as well. They're in fine voice, really getting behind him. Nice work from Hardy at the opening stages of this third round. Needs to up his work rate again, Walmsley here. He's allowing Hardy to get a few shots off, and then he tucks up and Walmsley isn't getting through as well, or he didn't in the second round. Gonna have to find a way through in this third round now. better with the double jab. Quick smile exchange between both fighters. Plenty of volume coming from Hardy, not got the power perhaps that Walmsley has, but keeping his work rate up. Hardy's corner just raising concerns about being hit on the back of the head. Seems to have riled Walmsley a little bit though as he's stepping forward now. Seems to have the bit between his teeth again. He's pushing forward, trying to find a way through. Hardy looking towards the referee, perhaps unhappy with something. Couple of wild swings from both fighters. Hardy on his bike again. Wasn't moving quite as much in the second round. Hardy wasn't being pushed back quite as much. Walmsley going to work now with him on the ropes, unable to keep him there. Continues to press forward. Hardy certainly making it difficult for Walmsley to find a way through, but he just about manages to get a couple of uppercuts through there. Working to the body now. It's a more sustained period of an attack there from Walmsley. Didn't seem to trouble Hardy too much though. None of them landing particularly cleanly. Very difficult to break down Joe Hardy because he tucks up tight, and then when he's under pressure on the ropes, drops his head really, really low, making it really difficult for Shaden Walmsley to have a clear target. Hardy waving Walmsley on. Referee having a word now. Referee's having a word with the coaches in Joe Hardy's corner, telling them to stop shouting because they're constantly shouting at the referee. The referee having a word there. Hardy makes his way back to the corner. That nose opening up again. It's not going to help matters for him, of course, when you're trying to breathe, get the air, and you've got your gum shield to deal with, and you've got blood coming down your nose. It's not particularly helpful, but something that he will have experienced many times before, of course. Corner go to work on stemming the flow of that bleeding again. Hardy 16 bouts he's had, 3 wins, 13 losses, 3 stoppages of those 13 losses, the man from Leeds. As I say, he's building up his experience as a journeyman, boxing Will Crawler in May. And here he is in Grimsby Auditorium, facing the home fighter, local lad, Shaden Walmsley, in his second outing.
10 seconds.
And I suspect that Walmsley will want to put on a performance in this final round for this huge support he's got behind him. They want to give them something to shout about. He knows that he's got a difficult opponent here to break down in Hardy, but he also want to give a good account of himself, and again give the fans plenty to shout about as he goes to work now. He loads up a sustained attack here against Hardy's trying to cover up, but he's finding a way through with some big shots there. Walmsley really effective at times there with the uppercut as he works his man again, pivots and changes the angle, but Hardy comes back with some shots of his own. Did well to come out with firing some shots of his own there, Hardy, after that sustained pressure from Walmsley. Can Walmsley keep this up? He will want to put on a good performance in this final round for this huge crowd. We've been cheering him on, been able to hear them really loud throughout the whole fight. A great atmosphere they've provided here for Walmsley, and he will want to reward them with a big performance in this final round. Both boxers giving each other a cheeky smile. Bit of a wild check hook there from Hardy, but he got away with it. Bit of antics now just to put Walmsley out of his rhythm, and it's worked. He has put Walmsley out of his rhythm, but I think as soon as he's able to set his feet and push him back, we'll see more of those power shots. Hardy's corner not taking heed of those warnings from the referee, still in fine voice. Just to my left here for my commentary position, continuing to shout, but this time just encouraging Hardy rather than questioning the referee's decisions. A bit of a wind stare from Hardy, looked like it strained his shoulder a little bit. A couple of low blows from Hardy there. Not bothered Walmsley too much though. A few more antics here from Joe Hardy, pulling out all the antics and mind tricks and games to put Walmsley off course. Try and just distract him a little bit, stop his rhythm, break down those attacks, comes back with some big shots of his own, Hardy. He's done well here, Hardy, because Walmsley started straight out of the blocks. Came out like a red rag to a bull, really, and Hardy's done a good job of stopping that flow, stopping that rhythm, tucking up when he needs to, and making it difficult for Walmsley to find his target cleanly. Final few seconds here. We're happy just to see those last few seconds play out. Good performance from Walmsley against a very, very tough, tricky opponent in Joe Hardy. He's managed to get through the rounds despite a very bloody nose. He employed all the tricks in the book there. A few antics, few smiles, covering every inch of the canvas when he needed to, tucking up when he needed to. Ultimately managed to get through that one. 4 tough rounds for both men, but a good performance from Shaden Walmsley. Crowd seem pretty pleased with what they've seen in his second outing here at Grimsby Auditorium, putting a good shift there. And we'll now go to our MC for the results, Terry Gauci.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it please for both these boxers before we announce the winner of the contest. And after 4 rounds of professional boxing, the contest has been scored 40-37 in favour of your winner, and making it 2 wins from 2, Grimsby's very own Shaden Walmsley.
Huge delight from this big crowd here. Shaden Walmsley makes his way to the ropes to thank his fans, and they really did get behind him tonight, created a great atmosphere. Just having a photo together, nice show of respect between the two fighters there. Corner seem really happy with Walmsley, as they should be. A good performance for him in his second outing against a durable opponent in Joe Hardy. Fair play to him, more than played his part tonight. And we'll go ringside in just a second and speak to Shaden Walmsley, see what he made of his performance here tonight. We're live on Fightzone TV, Grimsby Auditorium. Plenty on the way. Shaden, first of all, before we talk about the fight, what an atmosphere in here. The second outing, it was a great atmosphere for your debut. I'm sure they were even louder tonight. I mean, what difference did that make, and how did it feel stepping out in front of a home crowd with that atmosphere?
Well, I'll tell you what, I wasn't as nervous as what I was last time. I was absolutely proper nervous in my last fight. This time it was like normal, and I'd sold 140 tickets, so I knew the crowd was going to be louder, and it gives me that extra boost. And I'm like, yeah, let's get in, especially when they're all singing to Chelsea Dagger. You can't beat it, can you?
Well, certainly it's good to get those debut nerves out of the way. You were able to settle down tonight really quickly, but you're like a bull in a china shop. Was that the plan? You got straight at him and loaded up with your shots right from the first bell.
Yeah, well, we knew it was a possible opponent we could have got out of there. I mean, didn't end up doing it, but I tried me hardest. Like, he's a tough lad, like, so I tried working on the body shots a lot more and working on combinations, like you said in the first fight. You'd like to see more than just a jab, and I think I proved that tonight, that I can do more than that.
Absolutely, with some great combinations you put together. He was very, very durable, difficult to get out of there. And of course, one of the problems he posed, he dropped so low, didn't he, when he was tucking up when you had him on the ropes?
Yeah, I know. I mean, one time he caught me with an headbutt on the way back. I thought, you little... I mean, I thought he cut me. I started feeling a bit... Luckily, it was a bit of sweat, but I was like, oh, no. But it was all right.
Overall, though, I'm sure you'd be pleased with your performance because you did what you needed to do. You clearly had plenty in the locker in terms of combinations that you could throw. You varied your shots, got real power when you need to. Were you happy overall with that performance?
Yeah, I'm absolutely buzzing. I didn't agree with the 10-10 last round, like, but I mean, that's obviously my opinion. Everyone else sees it different to what I see in the fight, like, but now I'm happy with the result. I got the win, and that's all that was needed. Got the rounds in, so what more can I ask for?
Well, you'll be enjoying Christmas now, so you can ask for a nice Christmas. What's the plan for next year?
Really, I want to get out again this year. I want one more before Christmas, on a Christmas do or something. If not, then the start of next year. I said last fight I wanted a 6-rounder by the end of the year. It's not looking like we're not going to get that because Carl said no. Because we wanted it for this fight and Carl said no, so, you know, it is what it is. Hopefully starting next year we'll have a 6-rounder.
Well, listen, well done today. It was a great performance. Crowd are really happy, and what massive support you've got, which is brilliant to see. Well done. Whether you fight before Christmas or not, we're looking forward to what you do in the new year.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is a featherweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds of action. Please welcome to the ring from Bradford, Jake Pollard. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Boston, Lincolnshire, Harvey Elden! Ladies and gentlemen, the following is a featherweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds of action. Introducing first and boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the white with a red cross, weighing in at 8 stone, 10 pounds, 12 ounces. comes to the ring for his 55th professional bout from Bradford, Jake Pollard. And his opponent, boxing out of the red corner, wearing the white, blue and pink, weighed in at 8 stone, 11 pounds, 6 ounces. He marked his professional debut with a victory from Boston, Lincolnshire, Harvey Eldon. Your referee in charge of the action for this one is Mr. Chris Dean. Your timekeeper of the bell is like melted chocolate. He's the ever spoon. It's Jason.
Well, we should be in for a treat here with Harvey Eldon. Made his debut here in June, stopping Kiernan McAfee. Great performance, just 19 years old. He fights out of the red corner in the blue shorts with white and pink. And against Jake Pollard, very experienced journeyman, 55 bouts, the man from Bradford. So he's very experienced. Just the second outing for Harvey Eldon, but he was very, very impressive on his debut. So you can expect a good performance from him here as he'll build on that debut, as you were just hearing there. As you were just hearing there from Shaden Walmsley. A lot of nerves on the debut, which sometimes can affect you. Once you get that out of the way and you can settle into it, often fighters can be a bit more settled once they've got used to that adjustment in the first pro fight. So a big step up, big occasion, and obviously those nerves can come with it. So Harvey Eldon got that out of the way, just as Shaden Walmsley did. So as you can see, nice, comfortable, technically really, really good fighter. Nice and neat, good work from him, varying his shots. Big shots coming in from Aldo. Nice work with the jab. He's been sparring with Levi Giles, Harvey Eldon. Of course, he's top of the bill this evening, fighting for the silver Commonwealth Super Featherweight title. So great sparring for Harvey Eldon as he steps it up a little bit here against Jake Pollard, the man from Bradford. Nice work from Eldon. Of course, his name's Harvey Eldon, but he goes as Harvey Eldon. He's starting at 19 years old, of course. Young age to turn pro, but he'll have plenty of time to grow and develop his strength, endurance, get the rounds under his belt. Nice work there, nice variation of shots, good footwork as he changes the angle. A few antics from Pollard there, goading him forward. Eldon staying focused though. Really impressive on his debut he was, so no surprise that this has been a nice, tidy first round from him in his second outing. Good work from Eldon in that first round. And again, it will have been great experience for him sparring with Levi Giles, who is top of the bill tonight here, of course. As I say, fighting for the vacant Commonwealth Silver Super Featherweight title against Razak Najib. That is going to be an absolute cracker, the headline fight tonight. Razak, a good pressure fighter who just does not stop coming forward, but Levi Giles, of course, been in some humdingers of himself, including that very controversial title fight with Michael Gomez Jr., which many people felt he'd won. He had a great homecoming fight here a few months ago at Grimsby Auditorium. Great crowd behind him, and they will be absolutely up for this one tonight. Title fight, top of the bill. So it's been great sparring for Eldon to prepare him for this one as he gets ready now for the second round. Straight at it behind that jab, goes to work, sticking out that jab in the face of Pollard. Busy straight away, Elding. Nice hand speed there. Doesn't seem to be troubling Pollard hugely with power, but certainly the sheer volume of punches coming from Elding, the work rate, constantly busy. He's in great shape though, Pollard, of course, as is Elding. Good journeyman Pollard, 55 fights, in great shape. And really important for the likes of Elding at just 19 years old to develop, learn the ropes. As he starts out on what is somewhat of an apprenticeship as a pro. And these are the fights that are so important. He's throwing a nice variety of shots, Elding. Constantly working away, constantly busy. Takes a short hook there from Pollard, but fires back with a couple of his own immediately in response. Lovely sharp jab from Elding, which sets everything up. A wild swing from Pollard. And another. Got to be careful with those wild swings, Pollard, because if Elding just happens to be firing back, he's going to be in trouble. Nice work this from Elding. Picks his shots well. Again, really difficult to break down. Pollard, he tucks up well. Not really leaving any gaps. Most of these hitting the gloves of Pollard, but Elding not deterred. He's keeping his work rate up, constantly busy. Throwing a variety of shots. Trying to find a way through. Looks really nice when he puts the shots together, Elding. Technically lovely to watch. Nice tidy fighter. Getting through with a couple of backhands there, Elding. Nice work to the body as well. It's another good round from Elding there. What's impressive is his work rate, and he's constantly busy, constantly coming at you. Good upper and lower body mobility, putting his shots together, lots of variation, keeps changing the angles. Nice technical boxer. We can see that on display in those opening rounds.
Orders, 10 seconds.
Here we go then, third round underway. This one, Super Bantam, scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. Harvey Elding again, straight to work with that jab, straight out the blocks. Doesn't give Pollard any time to settle whatsoever. Always seems to be in the right sort of range, Elding. He's really effective with bringing himself into range with his feet. Very, very rare that he throws a wild shot and misses. He's neat and tidy. Good shot selection, is accurate as well. Again, a lot of these shots hitting the gloves of Pollard, but of course that's because he's not too interested in engaging in toe-to-toe. He's doing his part, of course, but tucking up for the most part, so Elding having to try to break him down, either through force or volume. Constantly busy, the man from Boston. Eldo just tapping that jab out to keep Pollard at bay until he's ready to launch an attack. Just dives in a little bit with the backhand there. Nice body shot from Elding. Crowd get right behind it, they're liking that. Great atmosphere in here in Grimsby Auditorium, and as Carl Greaves was saying at the opening of the show, really important to bring big time boxing back to Grimsby. 1,100 tickets sold, great support for the local fighters here. Huge support for them, the home fighters, when they've stepped to the ring, and the fans appreciating it when they've stepped up and gone at their opponent, really getting behind them. It's going to be a great atmosphere, of course, when we have the title fight. Top of the bill, 10-3s, Levi Giles and Razak Najib for the vacant Commonwealth Silver Super Featherweight Championship later. That is still to come, it's set to be an absolute cracker. Things heating up here though as Elding steps forward to Pollard. Let some combinations go. Pollard tucks up well. Nice work again from Elding. Really nice, clean, tidy, technical fighter. Nice smooth work from him. Trying everything he can to find a gap to exploit, but Pollard leaving very little for Elding to go at. But again, it's important that he keeps the work rate up regardless, which he has done. Another good round there for Elding. Carl Greaves there in his corner, of course, giving instructions. Also joined by Adam Kettleborough, who's been on the England boxing coaching course today, with none other though, and then Fraser Clark, he says. So I don't know if you've those of you who've done the coaching course will know it's tons and tons and tons of rounds of going over the technique, of course, that you're going to have to coach to beginners and people at all different levels, and it can get pretty tiring. Of course you do a couple of rounds and you're repeatedly demonstrating the jab and taking each other on pads, and you always partner with somebody and can get a little bit achy towards the end. So whoever partnered with Fraser Clark will probably be feeling it tonight and certainly tomorrow. He'd be a tough person to do tons of rounds of anything with, but whoever had to hold pads for him, I'm sure he will have had to pull his punches a little bit. But we get the fourth and final round underway here. Elding straight to his opponent Pollard, loading up with some big shots to the body, working away to the head as well. Nice head movement from Elding. Keeps stepping forward to Pollard, putting him under constant pressure, varying his shots. Pollard just tucking up, grabbing on just to deter Elding for a couple of seconds, but doesn't get much respite. Elding straight back to the task, changing the angle, pivoting, trying to find a way through. Very difficult to break down Pollard, but the important thing here is that Elding has stuck to the task. He's continued to throw, even if they're hitting the gloves, he's still racking up the points, showing the referee that he's busy, continuing the work rate, catching him to the body. Those ones are getting through, and Pollard no doubt will be feeling them. Going to be joined later here on commentary by Gemma Richardson, sister of James Richardson, who we'll see later on. It's the penultimate bout of the evening. 6-3s ahead for him. Last minute change of opponent, so may have had to make some adjustments, but he's prepared for it. Gemma, his sister, of course, on the GB squad, highly accomplished amateur, so she'll be joining me for the upcoming bouts. But closing stages of this one to settle first as Elding continues to power forward, just bobbing his head there, constantly moving his head as he works his way in. Nice tidy work behind that jab. Pollard just Tentatively sticks that jab out. Not too much intent behind that, of course, but doing his job well, tucking up, throwing the odd jab just to keep Eldo busy. In excellent condition, of course, Harvey Elding. He's been out running with his dad. Don't know if that's had anything to do with it, but I'm sure he's keeping him on his toes. Final stages coming up of this one. Elding has kept the same pace and work rate throughout. Really, really well conditioned. I'm sure he'll be looking to step up to 6 rounds sooner rather than later, but we'll find out when I talk to him after the fight as we get the last 10 here. We're going to have an explosive finish. Elding gets a few big shots off to close this one out. A good performance from the 19-year-old Boston man, Harvey Elding. Nice technical performance from him. Stuck to his task. Again, that's what the likes of Jake Pollard are here to do. 55 bouts, knows his way around the ring and made it difficult for Elding, but did a really good job of that one. Good performance from him again. Very impressive start to his pro career. Great support again. Referee just passing his decision on so that we can receive it from our MC this evening, Terry Gauci.
First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause, please, for both these men inside the ring. Thank you. And after 4 rounds of professional boxing, the score is as follows: 40-36 in favour of your winner, and moving to 2 wins out of 2 from Boston, Harvey Pretty Boy Elding.
Nice tidy performance there from Harvey Elding as he has a picture. Carl Greaves and Adam Kettleborough will be, I'm sure, very pleased with what they've seen from their young prospect who's making his way to ringside now. We'll find out his thoughts on his performance. Harvey, you're only 19 years old. Your debut was really, really impressive. I think you've built on it there again tonight because a very, very tough, durable opponent. 55 fights under his belt, Jake Pollard. He made it difficult for you, which is what he's there to do. How did you find it?
I found it good, yeah. I've had an extremely good preparation for this fight. I've done no end of rounds of sparring. I've done endless rounds of sparring with Levi Giles in his main event tonight, so the preparation has been there. But no, I felt good. I got the 4 rounds under my belt and I'm gaining experience from it, and that's what it's all about at this stage, like early on.
Absolutely. I was just saying in commentary that you've been sparring with Levi Giles. You couldn't have better preparation with him, of course, getting ready for his title fight, top of the bill tonight. Would you say that's prepared you better, or running with your dad?
I think they're both up there.
What's it? We had to give him a shout out. What has it been like sparring with Levi though, and how have you felt that's developed you between your debut and now? What improvements have you felt?
I felt all the improvements. I'd say the first time I went sparring with him and I stepped in the ring and I was getting them rounds and I was like, wow, this is the level I need to be at. And then I was going with him week in, week out. And I just kept building, and it got to the point where I'm in there now and it's a 50-50 competitive spar, and I've felt the difference massively. And I look at that and hopefully I can watch it back and see all the improvements I've made from a pro debut.
Well, despite the fact that it was hard to break down, you never ever relented. You were really, really busy, high work rate. Is that something that you're going to look to build on as you go through the rounds? Is that what you'd say you're finding your style now, maybe?
100%, yeah. I've always been quite an aggressive fighter, but it's always been, say, hard to show in the amateurs. But stepping over and turning over into the pro ranks, I've felt it a lot more naturally than I ever did in the amateurs, and now I can be that aggressive fighter, but know that I've got the engine to keep going and keep going. And like you say, Jake Pollard is a very, very tough opponent. 55 fights, and he's only been stopped 4 times, so he's in there to make it tough. And fair play to him. It was very, very good, and it was tough to work him out, but say I'm relentless and just keep it going, and that's what I'm going to do. Yeah,
it was another really, really impressive performance. And we must remind ourselves, you're only 19, only your second bout, so there's big, big things to come. That said, you looked, I know he wasn't maybe putting you under too much pressure, however, you look really comfortable for you 4 rounds. When we're going to see you step up to 6, do you think? Is that in the plans yet?
100%. I want to talk to Carl, and hopefully on my next time out I want to step up to 6, but I know I'm only 19 and I can't rush things, but I feel as if I'm ready to step up to them 6 rounds now.
Yeah, you've certainly got plenty of time, and you want that time to build and develop. What then is the plan heading into the new year?
Well, there was supposed to be a fight near Christmas, but a few complications, so that's no longer going ahead. But I'll be out early next year, maybe January, February time, and I'll be looking to get them 6 rounds under my belt.
Well, another really, really impressive performance you can feel proud of. Any shout-outs you'd like to do?
Yeah, first of all, I just want to say a massive thank you to Carl and Adam. You know, I got a great team around me, and with those guys by my side, I'm definitely going to go far. Also, just want to say a massive shout-out to everyone that came tonight. The support has been unreal. I've had people from Cornwall, Hull, you know, Skeg, Lincoln. It's been absolutely unreal, and I can't thank everyone enough for that. And massive thanks to all of my sponsors. You know, with them by my side every step of the way, they make it possible to be where I am today. And sorry, just one last thing. 8 years ago today, I sadly lost my great nan, and I know she's up there watching, and especially tonight, so that win was for her.
Well, what a special night to do it, and I'm sure she's looking down feeling really proud of you, so very well done. Exciting, big future ahead for you, and another great performance. Thanks, Harvey.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is an international female lightweight contest scheduled for 6 2-minute rounds of action. Please welcome to the ring, from Katowice, Poland, Angelika Olasz. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a Commonwealth champion to the ring from Grimsby, Kirsty Hill. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is a non-title fight. It's an international female lightweight contest scheduled for 6 2-minute rounds of action. Introducing first and boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the black shorts, weighing in at 9 stone, 7 pounds, 6 ounces. She comes to the ring for her 10th professional bout from Katowice, Poland, Angelika Olasz. And her opponent, Boxing out of the red corner, wearing the white with black trim. Weighed in at 9 stone, 8 pounds, 4 ounces. She comes to the ring with a fight record of 6 professional bouts, 5 wins, 1 loss, no draws. Grimsby's very own Commonwealth champ, Kirsty Hill. Your referee in charge of the action for this one is Mr. Ken Parker. Your timekeeper at the bell is like a plasterer's finished wall, the ever smooth Jason Boone.
Well, here we are then, about to get bout number 4 underway. This one will feel notably quicker. The rounds will feel a lot shorter because they are 2-minute rounds for the females, of course. So 6-2s. This one is scheduled for. Super feather. We've got Kirsty Hill, home fighter from Grimsby, the 32-year-old. 6 bouts under a belt, and of course her last outing became Commonwealth champion. Beat Vicky Wilkinson in September over in Wolverhampton. Her regular coach Andy Cox away in Sweden with the boxing team this weekend, but she's in here with Angelica Olesh. She's had 9 fights, won 2, lost 7. She's had 1 stoppage, and 1 stoppage of her own as well. She's from Poland, 26 years old. And her last outing against Amy Andrew in October, so just last month. So a very active fighter. Kirsty Hill made a nice strong start here. She's fighting out of the red corner in the white and black shorts. Olesh in the black shorts fighting out of the blue corner. And I'm delighted to say I have the pleasure of the company of Gemma Richardson, sister of James Richardson, who's in our penultimate bout of the evening. She herself, of course, a very accomplished amateur on the GB team. Won just about everything there is to win. Commonwealth titles, world titles, European titles at the amateur level, junior and youth level. Gemma, welcome. Lovely to have you with us.
Thank you for having me. It's a different kind of experience, which is it's nice to do.
What do you make of the atmosphere? It's been what an atmosphere there for Kirsty Hill as she stepped out. Of course you'd expect that for a home fighter, but it's great to see the crowd have got behind every single home fighter tonight, haven't they?
Yeah, every fight, every time that someone's been announced, it just erupted in here, and it sends shivers
nice backhand there from Kirsty Hill. Lovely shot there. Really caught Olesh with that one. Sorry to interrupt you there. A really good rally from Kirsty Hill at the end and a good opening round.
Yeah, definitely. She's boxed really nice there. The thing with Kirsty as well, she's a very nice, tidy boxer, and it's nice to see it on the eye.
Absolutely, she's great to watch. Yeah, so back to what we were saying. I mean, it's really important, isn't it, that fighters, turning pro at the beginning of their careers have the opportunity to build up their fan base, build up the rounds, learn the ropes. And of course, you've got the likes of Levi Giles, who's been all the way up to British title contention and can come back and bring title boxing to his hometown. So a real opportunity for a variation of fighters to have a great support behind them.
Yeah, definitely, especially in little towns like this. It's nice to have these shows and to see the town get behind them so much. Both Kirsty and Levi have great fan base, and they've really come out in force on nights like this, which is nice to see.
Yeah, they really have. It makes a big difference to the boxers. This one's scheduled then for 6-2s, super featherweight category. Kirsty Hill and Angelica Olesh. Kirsty Hill straight to work behind that jab. Has a lovely stiff straight jab, doesn't she, Gemma? And those long levers. She's really effective at finding the right range, isn't she, to get those shots off?
She uses it really nice. Her straight 1-2s just like them, straight down the middle. It dictates the pace of the bout as well.
Looks to have quite a bit of power in those straight shots as well. She's really good at using that leverage, those long levers. Clear height and reach advantage over Olesh, which she's using to great effect. Olesh doing her best to fight back, but very much under pressure as she edges in with her feet again. Goes to the body now, Kirsty Hill.
She picks her shots nicely.
And I think as well what we're seeing here, Gemma, is because of that reach advantage and because she uses her range well, when she's got those shots off, she just takes that half a step back. So even when Olesh is throwing these, are quite wild counters, they're nowhere near, because
missing,
she's just taken that step back, hasn't she? And it's really difficult to Olesh, therefore, to close the gap. Manages to just about connect with that overhand right, Olesh, though. Just a quick little reminder to Hill there to keep that lead hand up on the way out when she's completed her flurries. Again, though, just really nice in and out with the feet, getting in range to get her shots off, and then just that little half a step to take herself out of range again is making it really difficult for Olesh to have any reply whatsoever to these long straight shots, which are continually railing down from that height advantage point. Another nice round for Kirsty Hill there. Olesh hardly in this one, Gemma.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough few rounds for Olesh here, isn't it? I think the difficulty here is for her is being able to close that gap.
To close the gap and get her shots off. Obviously Kirsty is looking very fit here as well, and controlling the tempo very nice in these rounds. Which
she looks very comfortable, doesn't she?
And she's not rushing anything either, which is nice.
I guess the important thing is when you have an opponent who's really difficult to break down is not to ease off on the work rate. We're seeing some of the replays here, and we can see some of those lovely long shots from Kirsty Hill, really accurate with those, finding the target again and again, and then, as we said, just that little half step back takes it out of range, making it really difficult to Olesh to reply. Third round underway then. Really difficult for Olesh as Kirsty Hill is busy with that jab. She's sticking it out constantly right down the pipe, and that constantly sticking out in your face. It's
and even when she's not throwing, she's taking the ground away, which is nice to see.
She's been really effective at stepping across, hasn't she, and not allowing Olesh to take any space whatsoever. There she goes again, stepping right to her,
taking it down to the body after.
Good performance this from Kirsty Hill. Of course, she'll be coming into this one feeling very confident, as she is now the current Commonwealth champion. We're coming in here with expectations from others, expectations of herself, and she's certainly living up to it so far. Nice clean performance here.
Lovely backhand straight down the middle there from Kirsty.
Do you think Kirsty could potentially stop Angelica Olesh if she, sustains an attack and puts the pressure on?
Yeah, from this performance so far, I think as the rounds go on, obviously with the level of fitness, if she keeps putting them shots down the middle and dropping to the body, I think there is potential. As Kirsty does look like she's packing a lot of power behind them shots as well when she's throwing them. They're not just tapping. And I think that could break her down in the end.
Another thing that's impressive about Kirsty is that she's not diving in, is she? There's no leaning over the front foot. She's not erratic. She's taking her time. And if the opening and the opportunity isn't there, she's patient.
Yeah, which I think is good, because that opens more opportunities up as the rounds go on because of that patience. That was a lovely 1-2 straight down the middle there from Kirsty to finish that round off.
Technically a very polished fighter, isn't it? You can tell she's got that amateur pedigree behind her, because of course really ringmanship's really savvy. She's not having to do too much defensively, but still in terms of the composure, shot selection, and when she chooses to go, that's the key thing here. She's choosing her moments carefully, as we can see in the replay here, just taking a step back there, taking her time, then edging back in, and then when the opening comes, she's letting those long shots go. That's impressive in terms of the patience that she's showing.
I think you can definitely tell she's had that amateur experience, and she's been around for many years, and she's carried that over to the pros, and you can see it tonight, and it's helping out.
Yeah, it certainly shows. She's not giving Olesh a single peep. If this was a game of football, you'd say Olesh hadn't even got in the other half yet, wouldn't you? She's kept it solidly in her half, as Kirsty Hill straight back on it now.
Straight on that long jab, feet with the pressure with the feet.
It's lovely how she just moves. It's the tiniest of movements, isn't it, as is often the case in boxing, but the tiniest of movements in and out of range.
Just then
so
missing
effective.
that jab.
Nice to see some effective shots to the body from Kirsty Hill as well, Gemma.
Yeah, definitely. Because we know she's a great boxer technically, then 1-2 straight down the middle. But it's nice to see that she does drop it to that body, behind the elbows, and she's catching her there as well.
Have you trained alongside Kirsty at all in the amateurs or been at tournaments with her?
Yeah, so obviously with her, she only lives 30 minutes up the road from me. So since I was a young girl, I've often sparred Kirsty growing up when we've both got bouts coming up, and it was always a good spar for us both. So it's nice to see her get to this level now in the professionals, as she deserves it and she puts the work in.
Yeah, she's certainly been at it for a long time, and she's getting her just rewards now. 32 years old, so she won't want to take her time. She'll want to build on that Commonwealth title and have the chance to fight for more silverware as soon as possible in the new year, I would imagine.
Yeah. Nice drop into the body then again.
And again, she's way out of range by the time that Olesh tries to muster any sort of response.
She can see them shots coming, and she's doing a great job of using them feet and getting around.
Lovely show of patience again, not diving in, waiting until the opportunity's there, and then nice and accurate and solid with those long levers. Misses slightly with that one, but more often than not that jab right into the face of Olesh. She'll be feeling that one. There again she goes with that nice, strong, solid, accurate jab. Good work again from Kirsty Hill, dominating every round here in every department, I'd say, with which she can dominate a fight. Kirsty Hill is doing just that.
Yes, and it's nice to see when she does use them feet to get out of range, she's straight back in that centre of the ring, putting the pressure on again.
So how's it? I spoke to James, your brother of course, who's in our penultimate fight of the evening. Last minute change of opponent for him.
Yes, I've not heard much about it, but I've been away, so I heard that we've got someone else now, which obviously you train for someone, but that doesn't bother him. He's not, as long as he's just happy to be here fighting tonight, and it doesn't mean that he's off. So
yeah, exactly, at that point when you hear that your opponent can't fight, you're just desperate. You fight anybody, won't you? You just want it to go ahead.
Yeah.
So
he's just happy to get an opponent.
You know, he's always maintained, James Richardson, that he's not bothered about protecting the O.
No,
he just
he's not.
wants to get experience, getting 50-50 fights as soon as possible. And maybe that's what we'll see tonight. But here we go, round 5 underway here. It's a fast and feisty start from Kirsty Hill, as Olesh does her best to start forcing the issue. Still falling short with her shots, though out of range, and Kirsty Hill punishing her for that. Back on the jab, nice and sharp, pummeling it into the face of Olesh. She'll certainly be feeling these. When you get somebody like that, Gemma, you know, similar to me, you're often the shorter fighter, aren't you, like I often was, and those sharp, hard jabs are coming down from that high vantage point. You feel them, don't you?
Of course. And that's what makes it hard sometimes, when you have got that constantly jab in your face. To get past that is a challenge, and that's what Kirsty's doing really well tonight.
Well within a comfort zone here, Kirsty Hill. And this is a good fight, Gemma, off the back of a Commonwealth title, when you've had all that pressure, big build-up, a lot of adrenaline, a lot of emotion that goes with a title fight, of course, with the achievement of it and everything that follows after. You know, it changes things for you. So this is perhaps a sensible fight for her on home soil, for her home fans. She won the title away in Wolverhampton, so this is a good one for her now to keep the rounds under her belt and build up to what's next in the new year.
I think you always enjoy fighting, but with that pressure can sometimes take that away. So I think tonight, being on at home, a nice crowd, a comfortable performance so far, I think she'll be really enjoying it in there, and I think that's what she would want after winning the title in the first place.
And in Olesh here we have an opponent that allows Kirsty Hill to really show her full repertoire of what she's capable of. Nice jab again, really solid, sharp jab that. Deep intake of breath from Olesh as she makes her way back to her corner. What a tough night she's had, but tough cookies, these Journey women, very durable, of course.
Yeah.
Just 9 fights, so relatively inexperienced, but she's won 2, stopped her opponent in one of them, lost 7 and got stopped only once. So, and again, she was last out in October. She keeps herself busy. She faced Amy Andrew in her last outing. But a good one here for Kirsty Hill to show what she's capable of. Be able to put on a nice tidy performance in front of her home fans coming off the back of that Commonwealth title. And I'm sure there'll be big things ahead for her next year. It'll be interesting to talk to her after this and see what exactly the plan is.
What she wants
She's
to
at
do and where
32
she wants
years
to go.
old with that Commonwealth title now to her name. Presumably she'll want to kick on.
Yes, definitely.
6th and final round. 2-minute rounds these. They will feel significantly shorter than the 3s that we've been watching so far. Kirsty Hill straight back to work.
Straight on that long jab around the sides. And it's nice to see she's kept the same pace throughout all rounds.
And that's important, isn't it? Especially if there's not a great deal coming back and they can't trouble you too much. For you to still keep up your work rate, stick to the focus of what you're being asked to do by your corner and do it to the best of your ability regardless of what comes back your way. Nice again from Kirsty Hill. Those little adjustments with her feet making all the difference, and Olesh just has absolutely no answers to that. Although, you know, to be fair to the 26-year-old from Poland, she's not stopped. She hasn't kept coming back whenever she's had a chance. She's kept throwing a bit of her own leather, hasn't she? It's not been effective, but she hasn't stopped.
She's trying.
Her corner have been non-stop throughout, urging her forward, encouraging her, imploring her to get forward, and she's done her very best to do what's asked of her.
No matter how many shots she takes, she fires back, which is...
She's really stepped up the energy now. She's not allowing Kirsty Hill to push her back. She's trying to take centre ring and a few wild swings, but she's throwing, she's busy. Getting through with a couple, encouraged, cheered on by her corner.
She's really digging deep here.
Yeah, she's really rallied to put in a big performance in this last round. Fair play to her. Nothing that Kirsty Hill will be troubled by, but it's good to see she's really dug in and made a great final round here for the crowd, and a good one for Kirsty Hill as well.
Kirsty's
two in comfort zone, dear.
Kirsty's kept her cool with it
Last
though, and
10
carried
expect
on.
they'll go toe to toe here. She's trying to throw everything she can, Olesh, but Kirsty Hill coming back,
going for it.
just widens that gap, keeps her range, and finishes with a nice couple of straight shots of her own. Fair play to Angelica Olesh. She really rallied, used every little last bit of gas and energy she had in her there to put on a good showing
really
for the final round, and tried to put it on Kirsty Hill.
Great performance from Kirsty there.
Really good performance, and a great fight for her coming off the back again of a Commonwealth title fight, which was away from home. Now here she's been able to really display her skill set in front of a home crowd, coming here as Commonwealth champion. Lovely display from her. I'm sure she'll be really happy with that. Keeps her fit, keeps her active, good rounds under the belt,
and she doesn't even look that
new year.
Phased in that corner there. She looks still like she could go for another few rounds as well, which is nice to see.
That's what they'll be pleased to see. Right, so let's get the official result then and go to our MC, Terry Gauci.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have your appreciation please for both these ladies inside the ring. And ladies and gentlemen, after 6 hard-fought rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecard. The contest has been scored 60-54 in favour of your winner, the Commonwealth champion, Kirsty Hill.
Kirsty, I mean, first of all, congratulations, because we haven't seen you, of course, since you won the Commonwealth title. That was away from home. I mean, a quick word on that, the beautiful belt here. I mean, how does it feel coming here for your homecoming as Commonwealth champion?
Oh, it's amazing. Obviously, it was an away fight. We went to the Lions Den for it. But what a crowd in here tonight. Obviously, we've got Levi topping the bill for Commonwealth honours as well. So, yeah, it's nice to show off, you know, these people have paid to come and see, you know, what we've done. I believe it's the first one to come back to Grimsby, which is brilliant. And then hopefully we'll have 2 by the end of the night. So.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, it's an amazing achievement, so well done. Did it make you feel different, though, coming into this fight? Did you have added confidence or perhaps added pressure? Did it make no difference at all?
Maybe a bit of both, to be honest. Obviously, you've got to take each fight as it comes. Every fight, as you know, is a danger. And I think everyone expects a certain level. So you want to perform, especially in front of your home crowd. Obviously, busy night tonight. So yeah, you just want to perform and do well and hope everything that you train for comes into place on the night. So.
Gemma and I were just saying in commentary that this seemed apparently to be a really good fight for you, coming off the back of what is a long camp, a lot of pressure, a lot of adrenaline and emotion for a title fight. So this was a good one because you were able to really showcase your skill set. She was tough to break down, she was durable. We thought you did a great job coming in and out of distance and range. What was the plan going into this one? What did you know about her?
To be honest, we didn't know anything about her. It was a bit of a last minute. I think we had her on about 2 weeks' notice because my last opponent that was due to box got stopped to come box, and we couldn't really find anything. So with that in mind, you just got to think, right, what are the key components we're working on? Working off the jab, moving your feet. We knew she'd be tough and durable, so we expected her, especially being a bit short, to come forward, want to get close. So that's, you know, working on that footwork and keeping in and out of range was key, really.
I thought it was a really impressive performance. Your footwork in and out and those long levers that you were sticking down the pipe all the time, really, really effective. Talk to us now about the plan for New Year. You're Commonwealth champion. You just had a really successful homecoming fight. Presumably you want to progress as quickly as possible through the ranks. What's on the cards for next year?
Yeah, 100%. As you know, you don't get a lot of time, so you want to do everything as soon as possible and be fast tracked through. So yeah, I want to be challenged for another title. I'd love like a British, European title, and then hopefully something bigger. We definitely want to be challenging for that after Christmas. I've had quite an active year, which has been nice. Struggled for the first couple, as you know, getting active. So I really wanted to be active and try and get there. So yeah, hopefully another title.
You've got one of your stepsons, Archie, here. Archie, what did you make of it? What out of 10?
10.
That's the right answer. You know what to do for your Christmas presents, yeah. Good Christmas presents. Kirsty, a great performance. Huge congratulations on this lovely belt. Archie, it was great to meet you. Well done. You can go and enjoy the night with your crowd now. Thanks a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, next up we have a heavyweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds of action. Please welcome to the ring from Blackpool, Jake Darnell. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the ring from Boston, Lincolnshire, Tom Parkson! Ladies and gentlemen, the following is a heavyweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds of action. Introducing first and boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the black and gold, weighing in at 18 stone, 2 pounds, 10 ounces. He comes to the ring for his 26th professional bout from Blackpool, Jake Billy Darnell. And his opponent, boxing out of the red corner, wearing the black and pink, weighing in at 15 stone, 4 pounds, 8 ounces. He comes to the ring with a 100% fight record of 2 wins from 2. Boston's very own Tom Pogson! Your referee in charge of the action for this one is Mr. Chris Dean. Your timekeeper in the bell was once turning down the role of James Bond because he's too smooth. It's Jason Dean.
Well, interesting choice of ring walk music and a more interesting introduction from the MC. Variety of the spice of life. Here we go then, underway with our 5th bout of the evening. Tom Pogson fighting out of the red corner in the black shorts with pink trim, and Jake Darnell in the black and gold shorts fighting out of the blue corner. 25 bouts, the man from Blackpool. 2 wins, 23 losses. Of those he's been stopped 5 on 5 occasions. This is the 3rd outing for Tom Pogson, the man from Boston, 27 years old. He was last out in March against Darryl Sharp, and anybody that follows boxing regularly will know he's a real tough journeyman. Tons and tons of experience that makes it extremely difficult, and Pogson came through that one, so let's see what he has to offer here. A very different type of opponent in Darnell to Darryl Sharp. That's of course part of the point, is getting that variety of opponents in front of you as you're building up, developing your experience. They pose you different problems. You have to figure out how to find a way through. What do you make of Pogson's start to this one, Gemma? Gemma Richardson alongside me here, Team GB fighter.
He's come out and he's let his hands go straight away, really, hasn't he? He's up and down, around the sides.
They look different weight categories, don't they? Which will be the case sometimes with heavyweights, of course, because it's there can be a great variation in weights, and he looks much the heavier man, Darnell, which could be to the advantage of Pogson when it comes to agility, his ability to move in and out, be quicker on his feet and have that quicker hand speed.
Yeah, that's what you're seeing
difficulty
right
with
now.
Is if Darnell is leaning on him, pushing on him, then it can fatigue you very quickly. So we'll have to see. And of course, sometimes with bigger heavyweights, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not agile. They can be quick on the feet and have quick hands as well. So that's the funny thing about boxing. You can look at someone and make assumptions and be completely wrong. Lovely work to the body from Pogson there. Oh, massive backhand. That put Darnell in trouble. He's struggling to find his bearings now. He's trying to grab on. Falling through the ropes here, right in front of us from our commentary position here. Pogson's got Darnell all over the place. He's in for a tough time here. 30 seconds left. Can Darnell hold on? He's stepping back. He's trying to cover up, but Pogson finds his way through again. Darnell's corner imploring him to roll out. Looks like he's going to see the end of the first round. It's been a tough first round for Darnell. Comes back with a good shot of his own, but looks like Pogson has the gears to go through. When he steps it up, Darnell looks to be in a bit of bother, doesn't he? Particularly that big backhand which landed cleanly, Gemma.
I think Pogson started very well that round with his putting his shots together and obviously landing that backhand. And that lead hook to the body, he keeps catching him every time with it. It looks like a shot that Pogson's going for each time as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens this next round.
And it does look that he's definitely got that in his locker, because that really troubled Darnell, didn't it, that backhand? And he followed up on it, and he was just about able to. He was seeing the replays here. It got a little bit messy there, which is what Darnell will want, of course. He wanted to smother him and prevent any.
He's going to want to use his weight and tire Pogson out as much as he can.
He's going to have to cover up a little bit better, of course, though, because he won't want to take too many of those big backhands from Pogson. They seem to have a fair bit of power in those. Pogson sharp with that jab to open this second round. Nice work from Pogson. He's really effective finding those gaps behind the elbows to the body, isn't he?
It is. It's nice to see that he uses them long jabs to set things up, and then he lets his hands go up and down the body.
He's finding his way through Pogson as well. He's just clipping Darnell just behind his guard, just round the side of the head. Seeming to have quite a bit of success with that one. Sometimes it's a mid-range, and sometimes it's just a short little clip round the back of the gloves, similar to the one he caught him with in the opening round. Nice. Really loading up with those shots, Pogson. When he goes down to the body, he really throws his whole weight behind it, doesn't it?
Darnell's coach just telling him to keep moving and don't stand there, because them shots are going to take a toll in the end.
He's taking some big shots.
That's a nice straight jab down the middle from Pogson.
And that's the thing with the heavyweights at any level. One punch can change everything, of course. Darnell might just get a big shot through of his own, and it could put Pogson in trouble. That's why it's exciting watching the big fellas.
It is, yeah.
It can change at any moment, and when you've got that much weight behind a shot,
anything can happen.
And again, just round the back of those gloves, he's finding his way through. He's clearly spotted that there's a gap there, Pogson. He's exploiting that every opportunity as he pushes forward now. Drop that left hand, low lead hand from Pogson, goes down to the body again. Darnell just tucking up, trying to grab on, trying to smother him and hang on a little bit just to tie Pogson up, bide himself a couple of minutes. Minute left in this second round. This one's scheduled for 4-3s, heavyweight contest. And as we say, when you've got that much weight behind the shots, anything can happen.
Them shots around the guard each time just landing nicely. They'll be taking it out of Darnell.
He's just not able to roll his shoulder and catch those shots, Darnell, but he does need to come up with a way to defend himself against them, because when they land with some ferocity from Pogson. Pace has slowed a little bit in this second half after a ferocious opening round, and Pogson steps it up again now, goes to work, changes the angle, gets through with another big backhand. Good finish to the second round from Pogson as he switches his stance. Kept his man under pressure towards the end of that round. A clear round again to Pogson. 2 rounds left in this one, and it's going to be a long 6 minutes possibly for Darnell, Gemma.
Yeah. I think if Pogson can keep that pace up.
You could see those 3 shots to the body in a row from Pogson there, and then he followed up with a big backhand over the top which caught Darnell. But then, as you can see, Darnell using his weight to try and just hold on. Here we can see in the replay as his gloves right in front of his face, but leaves that little gap around the side, and he's not been effective so far, Darnell, at just catching those shots. Of course, when they're coming around the side, it's better just to lift that glove just to protect yourself and try and catch it. If you're not going to roll the shoulder, he needs to find some way of stopping those big shots around the back of the gloves coming from Pogson, because they're landing more often than not, and he will certainly be feeling them, and he won't want to take too many. Third round underway of this heavyweight contest, scheduled for 4-3s. Big shot again from Pogson with that backhand. Doesn't seem to trouble Darnell too much as he goes down to the body.
And he's straight back on that stiff jab down the middle every time, Pogson, after. Darnell's corner's encouraging to let his hands go, but it just doesn't seem like...
Given the hand speed of Pogson and the power it's combined with, it doesn't seem too keen to let his hands go. Every time there's something coming back. And a little bit messy. As the referee just wipes down the gloves of Darnell and we get the action back away. Pogson straight back on it on the front foot. Stepping to Darnell. Lovely use of that left hook. Drops it down to the body really nicely, Pogson. Get his whole weight behind it. Then when he comes back up to the head as well, really effective.
The variety of shots Pogson's using is nice to see. He changes the shapes of his backhands and his lead hand.
Just over a minute left of this third round.
Nice body shots there from Pogson.
Going to find a way through Pogson by mixing up the shots. He's done well in that regard in the opening rounds. He's equalled it in this third round as well. Nice head movement as he continues to move, stays busy, trying everything he can to create an opening for Darnell, because he knows that if he catches him clean, it could potentially get him out of there, but it's hard to shift. A big heavyweight fighter like that, but presses him back to the ropes now, gets tied up again by Darnell.
Darnell just walking him back.
Just using his body weight to push him back. He doesn't seem to have sapped the energy of Pogson too much though.
No, Pogson's keeping that high work rate in flurries with his punches.
In 4-3s it won't be too effective over sort of 10-12 round fight. It does start to sap your energy. Somebody constantly leaning on you, you've got to keep pushing them off. Takes its toll, but not having too much of an impact in these short 4-3 contests for Pogson. Another good round from him.
Another dominant round from Pogson there.
Do you expect to see him really put it on him now in the fourth and final round?
I think Pogson will do. I think from what we've seen so far, I think he's going to come out and he's going to try his all to either potentially get him out of there or just at least let his hands go and enjoy that last round.
Greaves giving his instructions to Pogson as we see the replay here, throwing some nice combinations, getting through with several of those shots. An attempt from Darnell to reply, but in vain. It's a nice variety there, isn't it? He's really mixing his shots up, Pogson, when he gets in close, as we've seen in the replay.
Yeah, he changes the shapes of both hands, which is nice to see.
And sometimes changes stance as well. Let's see what's in store in this fourth and final round. Anything can happen in these heavyweight contests. One big shot can change everything. Let's see what Pogson has in store, and can Darnell muster a big shot to change the trajectory of this one. Back behind the jab, Pogson.
He's got a nice jab as well, Pogson. Stiff, straight down the middle, fast as well.
Nice and sharp, isn't it?
Lovely body shot.
Nice work to the body. Sometimes tripling up on that left hook to the body, and it's finding its target every time. Nice start to this round again from Pogson. He's not relented on the pace very much at all. He's kept the pace up, kept the work rate up. Kept Darnell under pressure, always looking for that opening.
Them 3-punch combinations he likes to throw, and they land every time. Nice little screw shot there from Pogson.
Yeah, good work from him.
Again, around that guard, just catching him.
Been in a fit. He didn't use it as much in the third round, Pogson.
No.
In the opening rounds it was really effective. Doesn't seem to be employing it as much now. Has worked to the body well though. And we see that again. Effective shot, that left up to the body. Again, just having to try and push the weight of Darnell away from him. Little flurry there, as he's flurry to the body as he comes up to the head, but he's tied up again by Darnell, who's looking tired now. Understandably, it's been a tough 3 rounds for him as we're heading to the final minute of the 4th and final round. Pogson on his toes, in and out of range, trying to find the opening.
Just getting tied up there again. Pogson trying to push him off and get him back to that straight 1-2.
Coming up to the final 30 seconds. Both men looking slightly tired now. Darnell out on his feet, he's doing everything he can to hold on. Won't want to take too much punishment in the closing stages of this. Pogson, of course, will want to find that space to get his shots off and have a big finish to this one. He goes to work again.
Changing stance as well in there, which is good to see when he manoeuvred him around.
Nice work again from Pogson. Wild shot at the end there, but a good night's work from Pogson there. Stuck to the task, good work rate, good shot variation, and overall a solid performance.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy with that one in the corner.
And again, a completely different type of opponent to what he faced in Daryl Sharp, a very, very experienced journeyman, but totally different to Darnell. So that will have done him good in terms of his development. Only his 3rd outing for the 27-year-old from Boston. Carl and Adam in his corner. Carl Greaves and Adam Kettleby look relatively happy with that one.
Yeah, and I think they have every right to as well. I think he showed there what kind of boxer he is. He can box, he can put it on. His work rate was high.
Yeah, I should think he'll be pretty pleased with that performance. Let's go for the official result now to our MC, Terry Gauci.
Let's have a round of applause, please, for both these men inside the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. After 4 rounds of professional boxing, the contest has been scored 40-36 in favour of your winner. And making it 3 wins from 3, still 100%, Tom Pogson!
Well done. Sorry. Tom, a totally different type of opponent there. Last time you were out with Daryl Sharp, really, really experienced journeyman, busy, antics. Very, very different here. How did this differ for you? I get what you were faced with Darnell.
Yeah, loads different. Obviously, had a tight guard. It was to try and break him down. Stages I did. First round, I thought I had him sort of pretty gone really. Lack of my own. Over my amateur period, I never really got anyone that hurt. So obviously there was good tough kids. So yeah, just to try and obviously got to put my punches together a lot better. But I'm learning. Like I feel like I was a single shot counter puncher in the amateurs, and Carl's bringing the best out of me where I'm letting my hands go and trying to let combinations and go downstairs a little bit more. So.
Well, you can certainly see that tonight. I mean, you did catch him with a big backhand in the first round. You wobbled him, he had to tie you up and hold on. He looked really effective though, that little hook around the back of his gloves, but also you work to the body. Sometimes you were tripling up on that left hook. That's clearly something you've been working on and putting your combos together.
You know, like obviously some of my sparring partners, I've been trying to practice and work downstairs, and Carl's renowned to being a good body puncher himself, so he's trying to bring that out of me, and I think it's working. So
you said you've had a bit of an injury since your last time out. Tell us about that and how you felt in there tonight.
In the debut, I mean, I'm not going to make an excuse up after the fight. I know myself, my team know that I've been struggling. I've not really been able to breathe out, and my right nostril or my left really sounded like a dodgy old cement mixer, what I used to do back in the day on the labouring site. But yeah, I feel loads better now, and I want to push on, and like it'll be 6 rounds next. I'll be back down at cruiserweight. I weighed at 15.40. I'm a cruiserweight. Like it's something I want to get back down to and campaign at that weight. So, but it was good just to get out after my injury.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like you've got lots of plans in place. Back down to cruiser, move up the rounds. Hopefully enjoy your Christmas in there as well. Are there any shout-outs you'd like to do? Yeah,
no, just obviously my sponsors are all on the kit. And then I've got 100% Gym, Carl Dunham's Butchers back at home, Low Key Barbershop and Claricoats Builders, as well as obviously all the ones on the kit. They just help me get to Newark, train, concentrate on boxing, which is what I want to do and what I've dedicated my life to so far. So I want to just give a massive thanks to them.
I'm glad you've...
sorry, my little baby's... she's not very... Yeah, my little baby and my missus back at home, she's helping me out no end. And yeah, I'm coming home to see them tonight.
Yeah, well, you've done them proud. Well done. You can see the improvements that you were wanting to work on. And best of luck. Have a great Christmas and good performance tonight. Well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move on. It's a middleweight contest next, scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds of action. Please welcome to the ring from Kretinga, Lithuania, Edvinas Pavlauskas. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the ring from Scunthorpe, James Richardson. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a middleweight contest scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds of action. Introducing first and boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the black and gold, weighing in at 11 stone, 2 pounds 4 ounces. He comes to the ring for his 42nd professional bout from Kretinga, Lithuania, Edvinas Pavlauskas. And his opponent, boxing out of the red corner, wearing the purple shorts, weighing in at 11 stone, 2 pounds, 12 ounces. He comes to the ring with a 100% fight record, 6 from Scunthorpe, James Richardson. Your referee in charge of the action for this one is Mr. Kev Parker. Your timekeeper at the bell is the Snake Oil Smooth in Jason Booth.
Well, here we go then. Time for the penultimate bout of the evening. James Richardson from Scunthorpe, 6-0. Against Edvinas Paplauskas from Lithuania, 26 years old. So we get this one underway. Fast start from both fighters. James Richardson fighting out of the red corner in the purple and white shorts. Black and gold shorts for Paplauskas in the black corner. He's throwing some heavy shots, putting James Richardson under a great deal of pressure here. He's going to have to steady himself. Just needs to settle. Last minute change of opponent this for Richardson, so not the opponent he prepared for, and he knew, I was speaking to him before the fight, he knew it was a really, really tough fighter whose game, as he put it, he said, this is what I want, I don't want to protect my own, I want to be in difficult fights, and he is certainly in one here. Back up against the ropes from Paplauskas, who's set about James Richardson early in this opening round. Richardson back on his jab. Alongside me, I'm joined by Wayne Bloy, former pro from Grimsby. Got his own amateur gym, which we'll get to in a minute. Hardly had a chance to introduce you here, Wayne, because this one has really set on fire. Usually have that feeling out round, but this one has set on fire immediately.
Yeah, these guys, they're looking like they're going straight at it. But James is a fit kid, he just needs to settle down a little bit here. But I think he'll just feel his way into the round a little bit.
41 fights Paplauskas has had. He's won 8, 5 stoppages, so he can obviously bang a bit. He's lost 33 and been stopped 3 times, but he's really loading up when he gets the opportunity. Richardson just got to be savvy defensively here. Over a minute left to go in this first round, and it's certainly been a tough one for Richardson. He's had his work cut out. Paplauskas set about him right from the first bell. He's clearly got some power.
Yeah, that round, he's putting it on him early. He's just giving him a tough test to see how he deals with it. But James just needs to settle down a little bit, just get him back on that jab, try and keep him at range a little bit.
Got a good amateur pedigree, James Richardson, lots and lots of experience behind him.
Yeah, he has. I've seen James perform in the amateurs on numerous occasions over in Scunthorpe. You know, he always had a good following, very well schooled.
Yeah, he is. He's technically very sound, isn't he? He's great behind the jab, nice sharp jab that he sticks out. What does he need to do here in terms of when Paplauskas launches an attack? He puts his combinations together, loads up with the shots. What can Richardson do defensively?
He just needs to make sure he holds his shape a little bit, you know, like he is doing there, keeping his hands nice and tight, and just make sure he just doesn't ship anything too heavy early on.
Some big shots from Paplauskas there. Massive opening round from him.
Yeah,
I think you'd have to give that round to Paplauskas.
Yeah, you would, yeah, definitely.
Just based on the heavy shots that he was firing in. And he did say before this fight, was talking to his dad Rico Richardson, his coach of course, and James, who was saying last minute change of opponent, and that they were expecting him to come at him. So they were expecting this. I don't know if they were quite expecting the volume and velocity of these shots, as we've seen in the replay. Really loading up Paplauskas, set about him and didn't really relent. And he was all over the place there, Richardson. But as you say, the key is keeping his shape. Because as you could see there, when he was out of shape, that's when Paplauskas was able to capitalise the most.
Yeah, it can definitely derail you, having a late change of opponent like this. Because you prepare for one style and then another one comes in at late notice and it's difficult to adjust. But hopefully James will get to grips with it. He's got plenty of experience.
Well, he's lost out in June here in Grimsby. James Richardson, he faced very experienced journeyman in Jordan Granham, who really knows the ropes and all the antics and makes it difficult, of course. But he certainly won't have had a test like this, certainly not for an opening round so far in his pro career, and he's had to bite down on his gum shield somewhat and weather the storm and get through it. Whether Paplauskas can sustain that pace,
well, that's it.
Remains to be seen.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, we know James is fit. He's always been a very fit kid, even in the amateurs. Like you say, he's had to bite down on that gum shield in the first round, but we know we can deal with that. Let's just see what, as the fight progresses, let's just see how he can unfold himself a little bit and let his hands go.
He didn't seem to panic either. He certainly will have been feeling it, and his adrenaline will have been going, and he'll have known, and I need to deal with this situation and shut him down. But he didn't seem to panic, which is a good sign.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing. I'm sure he got some good advice from Rico in the corner. He's come out this round much better. He looks a little bit more intent.
And as you say, the key that you were pointing out in the first round was keeping his shape. He's done that so far, and that's something that James usually is very good at. Really good technically, solid, sound, well-schooled boxer with a good amateur pedigree. And when he loses his shape, he was in all sorts of trouble, as we can see here. When he's
on the back of the head there.
He's just sort of leaning to his right there and letting his head go.
Yeah.
It's not the best position to be in. He's very vulnerable in that position.
Well, that goes back to keeping the shape again. When you're standing in that good shape, and you can be defensively against things like that. He's just got to be careful here. Just maybe get using his feet a little bit more.
As it usually has a very, very effective jab, James Richardson, as well. It's really solid, penetrates the gloves, finds its target frequently, and he keeps pummeling his opponent with it. He's not been able to get that rhythm just yet and get that jab off as effectively as we used to see. And into the last minute of this second round now, it's been a better one for Richardson. He's not been able to impose himself on Paplauskas just yet, such as the sheer volume and ferocity with which he's loading up on his shots when he gets the opportunity, the Lithuanian.
Yeah, he's making it real awkward for James here, but James is just sort of finding his range now and just coming into it a little bit, letting his hands go, getting more than 2 or 3 punches off at a time. If he can just keep going like that, he'll be all right.
He's an experienced fighter, Paplauskas, as well. The 41 fights goes way back to, he's fought the likes of Denton Vassell back in 2017, who of course was a good fighter in his time. He was a tough opponent. Boxed Danny Wright, who, had he not had the injury and had to retire, would have gone on to achieve incredible things as he did as an amateur. His pro career cut short due to an injury, and he had some career ahead of him, did Danny Wright. He's been in with Echo Esserman, Mason Cartwright, Conor Walker, of course, who recently had a big win. So he's done the rounds, he's done his apprenticeship, he knows how to survive the rounds. He's been in with some great fighters, Paplauskas. So
yeah, I think,
and he knew that going into this,
yeah.
James Richardson. He has said he wants learning fights where he's not just going to. It's not those predictable fights against journeymen where he just plod through it and nick the rounds. He wanted the tough one. He's got that here tonight.
Definitely. He's got a real tough test in front of him here. And I think he has been tested early on in the fight, and we've got to see how he can get through this.
Seen in the replay there, Paplauskas getting through, and that position that Richardson's been getting himself into leaves him really open and vulnerable. He'll need to keep his shape and stay disciplined here, stay switched on. He cannot afford to switch off. He's gone down to that low position again, Richardson. He's got to avoid that.
He's got to keep his head up. Keep his head up a little bit. I'd just like to see James using his feet a little bit better and making little adjustments on the feet.
What a fight this is for the fans. The penultimate bout of the evening. They've still got top of the bill to come. Levi Giles, of course, Rasak Najib on the way. Top of the bill tonight. Vacant Commonwealth Silver Super Featherweight Championship title on the line. That's still to come, but we are being treated to an absolute humdinger here before the headlining fight, because both of these absolutely going at it. And what a test this is for James Richardson in his 7th professional outing.
Yeah, this is definitely one. This is a crowd pleaser, this one. James has got to pick it up a little bit here now. He's definitely up against it.
Referee having a word with Papauskas. He's telling him to tidy it up.
Yeah, he's making it really awkward. Making it really awkward for James. You know, using all the old pro tactics that, as you said before, he's been around the ring, been around the circuit a little bit. He knows what he's doing. You know, he knows how to rough James up, and he's certainly having an effect at the minute.
And he covers up really well, doesn't he? So when James Richardson is coming back at him, he's covering up well. Massive backhand! That's a huge shot there from Papauskas. Richardson down.
Let's hope he's
the
okay.
Doctor's already made his way in, of course. The main thing now is Richardson's safety. That was a huge shot that he took there from Papauskas. It was always a possibility because he was marauding forward. Came out like a bull in a china shop from the first round, and he didn't really relent. He always looked very, very dangerous.
Yeah, he definitely got some power in his hands there. You know, when he was rocking James's head back, you could sort of see that coming. We needed James to do something about that, and he just couldn't.
Yeah, nothing you can do about those. He seems to be sat up though. He's obviously.
Yeah, let's hope he's okay.
Yeah, he's obviously conscious. Might not be too sure of where he is. I think we're going to see a replay of that now. James Richardson just tapping, and he came massive shot over the top there, and then followed up, stepped straight in, and it was that left hook there that finished the job, wasn't it? He was in all sorts of bother there, and again lost his shape. Didn't quite have his
that early
whereabouts.
shot there,
That really put him out of sorts. He was then really struggling. His feet weren't underneath him. And a big finish. Fair play to Papauskas. A great performance from him. Wasted no time, took his opportunity, and once he had Richardson wobbled and out of sorts, he finished the job. So a great finish from him. It's a big roar from the crowd here. That's because Richardson is back on his feet. He seems unsteady. The doctor telling him to sit down, which is absolutely right. And in these instances, Wayne, the most important thing is to make sure the fighter's okay. And I'm not a fan of everybody entering the ring straight after. They should make sure the boxer is okay, which is exactly what the doctor is doing. Go to the MC now for the official announcement. Wayne Gauchi.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 1 minute and 31 seconds of round 3, your winner by TKO, Edvinas Papauskas.
Well, we're seeing the replay now. It's pretty brutal to look back at. Wayne Bloy here with me, former pro. Of course, it's great having your home crowd, Wayne, and they've really got behind the home fighters tonight. Having your family and friends here, it's brilliant. It's part of the ups and downs, but seeing, as we've just seen Gemma Richardson, who joined us on commentary before, really difficult for her to see his dad's in his corner. These nights are the tough ones, aren't they? But that's the pro game.
They are, you know, and that's the crux of it, really. You know, anything can happen, especially when you're both, you know, punching the way they were. It becomes a lottery, and in that instance, you know, James took the brunt of it there, and you know, and paid the price ultimately. I think he'll probably learn a lot from that moving forward. You know, if he wants to stay in the game a little bit, you know, it's difficult. It's difficult when you take a loss like that. I've been there myself. You know, it's tough to take. You know, I'm sure he's got a supportive family around him. I'm sure he'll come
he has said as well that he didn't want fights just to ease through and just nick him, and we've all been to those shows where one fight after another are dead predictable. You know what's going to happen from the first bell. He said he wanted to be in the tough fights. This was a last-minute change of opponent, and he did say before the fight, we've got a really tough one tonight. His game, his experience, and as I say, that list of some of the fighters have been in with us far back as 2017 against the likes of Denton Vassell, Danny Wright, Conor Walker, Echo Esserman, Mason Cartwright. He's got a good resume behind him. That's the only 7th outing for James Richardson. It was a really tough one, but he said he wants the fights he'll learn from. What therefore can he take from this? Of course he's not going to be thinking that right now. He's going to be hurting. It's, you know, they are tough to take. It hurts your pride, it knocks your confidence a little bit. They are tough to take, it's heartbreaking, but he'll reflect, take stock. What will he take from this?
Yeah, I think it's going to take a little bit of time to get over it. You know, having been there myself, it does hurt. But like you said, as you know, in previously, it was a late change of opponent. It's not always the best when you're preparing for one particular style or one particular person. You know, it's difficult, and he's paid the ultimate price there, and I feel for him, I really do.
It's tough as well when you get a late change, because you fight week, your adrenaline's going, you've been building up to it, you've sold all those tickets, everybody's on the way looking forward to it. Then you find out there's a problem with your opponent. You're just desperate to fight. You'll take anybody, even if it's a risk. You'll take that fight at that stage.
Yeah, well, that's it. As a fighter, you want to fight anybody, and that's what you train to do. You know, but it's not always the best option, and that's why you have people around you, your managers and coaches, to kind of guide you through and give you advice on what would be best. That fight wasn't right for James tonight, obviously. Maybe there was something wrong in count. You don't know that. There could have been something wrong coming into tonight, but you know, I'm sure he'll learn from it, like you said earlier, and you know, hopefully move on, because he is a good boxer, James.
And it's tough taking that kind of stoppage, isn't it? Losing on points, even though that can still be heartbreaking, depending on the consequences of it. If there's a title on the line, or it's an eliminator or something like that, or just because you've put pressure on yourself. But a knockout is really difficult to come back from mentally.
It is. You know, I've not had that myself, but
I haven't. But
yeah.
I'm just imagining it must be really difficult to come back.
It's got to be heartbreaking. It has got to be heartbreaking. You know, you put so much into these nights. You know, everything's focused on this date, and you're looking forward to it. And like you say, you've got your family, friends, everybody there, and then it doesn't go the way you want it to go. So
it's really tough to take.
It's absolutely heartbreaking, and it does take time to get over. It does take time, because it's not just, you know, it's not just something you do for a job. It's a way of life, you know. And I feel for him.
And a final word on that one. Of course, the main thing is that Richardson appeared to be all right. They'll of course get him checked out. That'll be the priority now, and he'll come again. But Paplauskas, we didn't do an interview with him after the fight. He doesn't speak fluent English, and the translator that was with him wasn't free to chat to us. But credit to him as well. What a performance from him. I mean, last minute notice, came in clearly in great shape, took his opportunity, finished so well. He's got some power. Great performance from him. Yeah,
I mean, from the off, he looked like he had a bit of strength behind his punches. You know, when he's come in at a late notice, you know, it's all right saying that James had a late, so he couldn't prepare for that person, but this person's coming late as well. You know, done what he's done tonight, and proved the point that, you know, he's no walkover. So, you know, I'm sure he'll kick on from here as well.
Absolutely. I don't think his phone will be ringing after that.
No.
For somebody who wants a fairly easy contest. We don't have a fairly easy contest coming up, though. We have what is going to be an absolute cracker. It's for the vacant Commonwealth Silver Super Featherweight Championship title. A man you're very familiar with, Levi Giles, of course. Last time out here at Grimsby, it was an incredible atmosphere. It was his homecoming on the back of that very, very controversial decision against Michael Gomez Jr., which most people felt he won. That was heartbreaking for him, but again, a great attitude. Came back here for his homecoming. Such a great reception for him. Tonight, though, this crowd are going to go wild as he's in with Razak Najib, who's, I mean, goodness me, he's had some belting fights as well. So I expect this to be an absolute cracker.
Yes, definitely. You know, I was watching Levi, you know, boxing on the Sky Show there, and I felt he was up by 2 rounds, but that was, you know, it's open to interpretation. perhaps I was a little bit biased in that, but you know, it could have deterred most fighters, but he's come back strong. You know, he's had his last outing, put a really strong performance in, and I know he's looking strong tonight. You know, he's trained in my gym a couple of times, but obviously he trains at Grimsby ABC. You know, he's got a great team behind him, and you know, I think tonight can be a real catalyst in his career and where he goes from here.
And this will be a tough fight. Razak from Sheffield, nicknamed Lionheart, and he's certainly proven that time and time again. COVID really stalled his career, but he was another one, took a late opportunity against McCulloch in the Golden Tournament. Then he's had some really big clashes with Zahid Hussein. Those were two belting fights, won one, lost one, everything on the line, loads of needle between them. He's been a European title contender. I mean, he's really been in some big fights. He keeps putting the pressure on, he steps towards you. Will that favour Levi or not?
I've watched Levi loads over the years, even the amateurs. He's boxed on one of my amateur shows, and I think he'll play into his favour. You know, Levi's adaptable. You know, we've seen that with the Gomez fight. He boxed on the back foot for the whole fight. You know, so he can adapt to what's in front of him. I'm trying to be unbiased here, but I've known the kid for a long time, and I think he can do this tonight. Forget, you know, if I'm wrong, but I'm sure these guys have boxed in the amateurs together. I don't know who won it, but I'm sure they've boxed previously in the amateurs. So we'll see what happens tonight.
Likely to have met in the regional rounds, aren't they? But this should be an absolute belter. He's had 17 fights for Zach Najib, 12 wins with 2 stoppages, 5 losses. Levi 14-1. That one being that very controversial decision to Michael Gomez Jr. We're talking to Harvey Elding before, of course, only 19 years old. His second fight tonight, really impressive. He's been sparring with Levi. I know he's had some great sparring for this one. He's been doing a lot of sprint work, so clearly they've been preparing for, you know, a high intensity, high paced 10-rounder.
Yeah, I mean, Levi always does put a good pace on in his fights. He's always done it. Even in the amateurs, he was all action. You know, he won't sit and wait too long for things to come at him. He'll try and make something happen in the fight. And if his opponent tonight comes at him, then I think we'll have a bit of an explosive fight on our hands.
Oh, definitely. And he's got his sights set, obviously, on tonight, not beyond tonight, but he was talking, he did an interview with BBC Look North recently, and he was saying he wants the winner of Reece Bellotti and Liam Dillon. Bellotti obviously getting the win against Akeem Fiaz in Liverpool on the Matchroom show a couple of weeks ago, so you know, he's looking ahead now to get back on track. This could be the fight to put him back in that position.
Most definitely, yeah. He's wanted that Liam Dillon fight for a long time. I know that he spoke about it in our gym when I've been talking to him. You know, it's all there for him, but he's got to take it one step at a time. He's got to get through tonight first. Let's look at that. Let's hope he can put on a good performance, stick to his game plan. You know, I know he's trained Matty and Andy very well over the years, and I'm sure they've got him
welcome. This main event is brought to you by Carl Greaves Promotions, live on Fightzone, in association with Jordan Road Servicing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for the vacant Commonwealth Silver Super Featherweight Championship. It is scheduled for 10 3-minute rounds of professional boxing. Would you please welcome to the ring, from Sheffield, Yorkshire, Razak Lionheart Najib.
Well, Razak Najib soaking up the atmosphere. He's at the top of the walkway as he slowly starts to make his way down towards the ring, soaking up the atmosphere. Of course, he'll have a good contingent of the support with him tonight. And not too far from here in Sheffield, Razak Najib, Lionheart is his nickname. We've seen Lionheart performances from him before. He's fought for the English title, European title. The occasion will not faze him. The partisan crowd will not faze him. He'll be ready for this. Has a great work rate, got a good record. He'll be up for this one, but the reception for the man who we're about to be introduced is going to be huge.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the ring, Grimsby's very own Levi Giles!
Well, we expected a special atmosphere, and that is exactly what we have here. There is nothing quite like a title fight in boxing as the crowd have made their way to ringside. The atmosphere has reached the peak of excitement, and I think we have a great fight in store. We get ready to introduce the fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come to our main event. It is for the vacant Commonwealth Silver Super Featherweight Championship. It is scheduled for 10 3-minute rounds of boxing. Your scoring judges at ringside are Mr. Terry O'Connor from the West Midlands, Mr. Phil Edwards from Lancashire, and Mr. Kev Parker from Nottinghamshire. When the action gets underway, your referee in charge of the action is Mr. Ron Kearney from Tyne Wear, and your timekeeper at the bell is the ever smooth Jason Booth. It is now time to introduce the fighters to you. Introducing first and boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the white with red trim, weighing in at 9 stone, 3 pounds, 8 ounces. He comes to the ring with a record of 17 professional bouts, 12 wins, 2 inside the distance, 5 losses, no draws. From Sheffield, Yorkshire, Razak Lionheart Najib. And his opponent, boxing out of the red corner, wearing the black and white, weighing in at 9 stone, 2 pounds, 9 ounces. He comes to the ring with a record of 15 professional bouts, 14 wins, 4 inside the distance, 1 loss, no draws. Grimsby's very own Levi Giles!
Well, there is nothing quite like fight night when you've got an atmosphere like this, your home crowd all behind you. And we are
listen
set
to that crowd,
for,
listen to it.
Well, it's not bonfire night till Sunday, but I think we're going to get fireworks tonight.
Well, I thought we'd have fireworks in the Richardson fight, but I think we're going to get some here as well.
Absolutely. Levi Giles fighting in front of his home crowd, out of the red corner in the black and white shorts, out of the blue corner Razak Najib in the white shorts with red trim. As the referee Bob Cheney gets ready to start us off, we're underway. The atmosphere in here absolutely electric, as you would expect. So just a reminder, this is 10 3-minute rounds for the vacant Commonwealth Silver Super Featherweight title. Levi Giles in front of his home crowd, they're all on the feet. They've come down to ringside. He gets a good backhand early on. Najib, a strong, solid opponent. He's been in title fights prior to this, European title contender. 2 really hotly contended, tough clashes with Zahid Hussein. And here he is tonight, once again, fighting for a title. He does not stop coming forward, which, as Wayne was saying before, Wayne Bloy, alongside me, former pro from Grimsby, knows Levi very well, was saying if he continues to come forward, it will play into Levi's hands. What are you making of this opening minute, Wayne?
I think it's Levi looks really confident. He looks relaxed, which is good. You know, it's Razak that looks a little bit more unsteady about what he's doing.
He looks to be the bigger man, Levi Giles, doesn't he? He's always in excellent condition, but he looks bigger, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does actually. Yeah, he made the weight really well. Yes, I was at the weigh-in yesterday. He looked fantastic on the scales. He looks strong. He looks really strong.
Getting through with that backhand. It's landed a few times in this opening minute and a half of the first round. Catches him again there with that left hook. Najib just trying to work his way in. He's a wily character, Najib.
Yeah, Levi's doing well here. He's just making little adjustments on his feet, just to be out of range when he needs to be, and being able to land the shot. Nice and relaxed performance so far from Levi.
He has a good work rate, Najib. He's known for continually coming forward. Doesn't really give you much time for a breather, but as you say, might play into Levi's hands that, and he's actually pushing him back when he can as well. And he's come back with some sharp, quick counters, Levi Giles, when Najib's let his hands go, so pushing him back against the ropes a little bit, but makes his way out now. Najib comes back with a few of his own, but nice jabs there.
Yeah, it's a completely different style to what he had previously when he's boxed on the back foot. So he's just holding his feet a little bit, trying to feel Razak out a little bit.
Well, non-stop action, very, very busy round from both boxers in the opening round. Who would you say had the better of that one, Wayne?
It's difficult to put a finger on that one, to be fair. They both had their moments. But Levi, for me, looked a little bit more confident and composed when he landed his punches. I think Razak was just a little bit rash in what he was doing, and Levi looked a little bit more composed there. So I'd give that to Levi that round.
First round to Giles then, on Wayne Bloy's unofficial scorecard.
It's always unofficial.
Levi says he's had a great camp. You know, he's been doing a lot of sprint sessions. Said he was expecting a tough fight, and that's what you want in front of the home crowd, of course, especially given where he wants to go. He did mention that although he's not looking ahead of this fight, in an interview with BBC Look North, he said he wants the winner of Reece Bellotti and Liam Dillon. Reece Bellotti recently getting the win against Aqib Fiaz in Liverpool. That's what he's setting his sights on.
Yeah, definitely. This is his stepping stone to the next fight. So he's got to get through this. You know,
it'd be great if he can make a statement here as well.
Yeah, and that's
he's not been stopped yet, Najib. 5 losses, but no stoppages.
No, definitely. And Levi got a stoppage on his last outing. So if he could emulate that again, it'd be great moving forward into his next contest.
It would really be impressive to stop a fighter like Najib, who's comes good pedigree to this one. He's been in some, as I say, title fights of his own, some really tough clashes. He won't be overawed by this occasion. That's one good thing, because you want a fighter who's game and going to bring his absolute best. You don't want a fighter not at the best, because they're intimidated by the occasion, but he won't be.
Yeah, definitely. He's experienced enough now to handle this situation.
And you can see what an awkward fighter Najib is, can't you? He's constantly changing his angles, and he's quite unorthodox in his style, isn't he?
Yeah, his game, you can tell he's coming forward like you said he was going to be. You know, I'm sure Levi's trained for that. You know, Matty would have gotten him very good shape and worked on his tactics for this type of fighter coming forward to him.
As we said, as we expected, Razak Najib constantly coming forward. He just doesn't stop. His work rate is high. He doesn't appear to possess a big power punch to trouble Levi in that way, but certainly a consistent work rate. And having watched him before, that doesn't slow down. He can do this round after round after round. So Levi Giles is going to have to either match that work rate or impose himself with his more powerful shots.
Yeah, bad looks of it, he hasn't got that power like you say, but he is constantly coming forward and being consistent with what he's doing. It's just how Levi handles that.
And the thing is, of course, when it comes to judging, if you've got two different approaches, he caught him there, seemed to wobble him a little bit, but he regains his balance. Najib, he did seem to get stung a little bit by that short shot from Giles. But it depends. You don't want to leave it to the judges, do you? I mean, it can be, somebody might prefer that stronger power punching from Giles or that persistent work rate of Najib. You've seen it happen.
Yeah,
so far, the volume of punches is coming from Najib, but perhaps the more accurate power punch is coming from Giles, arguably.
Yeah, the quality punches are coming from Giles. And like you say, he is consistent, Najib, so Levi's got to be wary of that. That's a great uppercut. That's a great uppercut he caught him with there.
Caught him with a couple of shots there, Giles. But Najib fires back with his own. He comes back with an uppercut over the top with the hook. Goes to work, he catches him again. It's a feisty end to that second round. You can hardly hear the bell in here though, Wayne. That's part of the problem. It's so loud. Neither fighter, don't know about you, could hear the bell then at the end.
Yeah, the ref had to jump in there just to split them apart, because you can't hear that bell for the crowd. But Levi finished that round really strong with some real eye-catching punches, and for me he would have took that round as well.
10-9 to Levi Giles then, according to Wayne Bloy. They're difficult to separate the two in that second round if you prefer that continuous volume of punching from Najib or the more accurate, powerful shots from Giles. Najib does not appear to possess the kind of power that's going to trouble Giles, so he's going to have to break him down, and as we've seen him do with opponents before, just that continual, persistent work rate.
I'd like to see Levi just make a little bit more space, maybe take a backward step now and again, just to make a little bit of space, just to get a more telling punch away.
Just pesters and pesters, doesn't he, Najib? Obviously in a technically sound way. That's not to put him down at all. it's really difficult to, against somebody you can't deter because they just keep coming and coming and coming. Changing the angles, he's constantly moving, very busy.
Yeah, that's right, and it's really awkward when you've got someone like that in front of you. Sometimes you just got to dig in and bite down on the gum shield and let your hands go.
What a night this has been for the Grimsby faithful here, who've been in fine voice. They've really got behind the home fighters, treated to some great performances. We had an upset in the last fight with the home fighter James Richardson suffering a knockout, but still a great fight where you're just a genuine 50-50, and that's exactly what we have here. You don't always get that, but what a fight the fans are being treated to here, as we expected and hoped for.
Yeah, it is. I'm on the edge of my seat here, and I'm sat right ringside with you. But this is great action. Great action.
It is an absolute privilege to sit ringside for fights like this, when you can feel every single blow landing. And you can see already in just the third round the toll it's taking on these fighters, that fatigue etched on their faces. But of course, plenty in the tank for both of these supremely conditioned fighters. Nice work from Najib going down to the body.
Yeah, he's picked up a little bit, Najib here.
That's the thing you have to be wary of, because I've seen it happen having watched Najib fight before. He wears them down and he just doesn't stop coming. He's all over you like a rash. Varies his shots, changes his angles. He's a real nuisance.
Yeah, he looks very awkward to box. I'd hate to be with someone like him.
He is. He pushes in, leans in with his elbow, creates that little bit of space in order to let his shots go, and he throws them from all sorts of angles. Nice uppercut from Giles there.
Levi, yeah.
Beautifully timed. Landed it nicely. Found its way through to the target from Giles there.
I'd like Levi to start just testing the body a little bit if he can. Trying to get that body shot off. He has got a great body shot.
And that's one way that they say is, one thing that you can employ to try and slow down a very busy fighter like Najib, isn't it?
Yeah,
Working
that's
to
it.
The body.
That's it. If you can just working down downstairs a little bit, maybe come upstairs then switch downstairs. It can slow your opponent down a little bit, make him a bit heavy-legged, and that might just give Levi enough time to get his own shots off.
Into the last 10 of the third round. Giles trying to find his way with a couple of big shots towards the end. Najib smiling as he makes his way back to his corner.
Yeah, that was a very close round, that one.
Wayne Bloy giving that one to Najib. We're seeing his work rate, that lovely uppercut there from Giles, which landed cleanly, rocked back the head of Najib. But then we're seeing the reply from Giles, getting through with some nice shots there. That was got both fighters fired up, the closing stages of that third round. What a fight we have here for this vacant Commonwealth Silver Super Featherweight Championship, and the crowd are absolutely absorbed in this contest, as they should be. These fighters are putting everything into this.
Yeah, they're making themselves heard, the crowd. They definitely know Levi's got a fight on here.
Both fighters are prepared for going the distance. They've both said in the build-up they expect a tough fight. They've prepared for the 10 rounds. That is indeed what we might well see. There's been no drop whatsoever in the pace so far, and it has been fought at some pace, this one, Wayne.
It has, yeah. And like I said, Levi, I know Levi is very fit. I'm not too sure about Najib, but he looks fit. He looks like he's game. If he can keep this up for 10 rounds, it'll be a good one.
Having seen him fight before, he can. He does keep up this pace. And like I say, sometimes those fighters that don't load up and have massive power, they can throw more volume of shots because they're not. What knackers your arms is loading up on every shot. What a shot there!
That was a good shot by Levi there.
From Levi Giles, and that is what he has in his locker. It can turn on its head the trajectory of this fight at any moment when he possesses that kind of power. When he gets his range and timing right, he is a real danger, and we've seen that there with that backhand landing Doesn't seem to have deterred Najib too much, but the judges will have spotted that one. He's getting through Levi Giles with those big shots.
Yeah, definitely in this round, Levi's had the more telling punches. Those two right hands there look to rock his head back a little bit.
Halfway through the fourth round here. Giles finding his way through with those big shots. They could be the difference. Lots of volume of punches coming from Najib. He's relentless, he keeps up the pressure. He's a nuisance, he's always in his face.
Yeah, this is what he's got to be careful of. He can't stand still too long and just have his hands up. So
great shot again from Giles. He's having great success. Leaning to his left and coming in with that backhand. Landed a couple of times now and it's landed cleanly.
That's better. That's better from Levi there.
Needs to rock the head back of Najib and make these shots count, and he is doing in this round. Looks relaxed, Levi Giles, though.
Yeah, he looks like he's not really troubled by the power of his opponent. So
there's a lot of volume of punches, but a lot of them are landing on the gloves, which you still get credit a lot of the time for that work rate.
Yeah.
However, they're not landing cleanly. Giles is, though, a real eye-catching shots when he lands cleanly.
I think if I was a judge, that's what I'd look for. The more eye-catching, telling punches that look like they're going to cause a bit of damage.
30 seconds left to go in this one, and the crowd are really riled up. Some big shots landed from Giles. The crowd can feel it, that if he turns it up and goes through the gears, he could have Najib in trouble, and he's going to have to match his work rate, because Najib does not stop coming. He goes to work again, putting his combos together with another flurry. Giles nice and relaxed, just allowing Najib to come onto him, looking to time that backhand. Another great round here from both fighters. Which way are you seeing that one, Wayne Bloy?
For me, that was a Levi round. You know, his punches were better time, better accuracy, whereas Najib, you know, a lot of the punches were to the gloves. So I'd definitely give that one to Levi.
You're seeing in the replay here that sheer volume and work rate of punches from Najib. And as Wayne's been saying, Levi Giles cannot afford to stand still too long and take too many of those, because even if they're landing on the gloves, it will be noted that he's got that continued intensity and work rate. As we're seeing here, he's getting through with a couple of them. Just persistent nuisance.
10 seconds.
Right in the face of Giles all the time, stepping forward, not giving him a moment. But when Giles lands with those big shots, they certainly are eye-catching. Round 5. Here we go. These two showing absolutely no sign of slowing down. What a fight the Grimsby Auditorium fans are being treated to here.
Yeah, it's a great contest.
Nice use of the jab in the opening phases there, in the opening few seconds from Giles, but
I'd like to see him just double it like that, doubling that jab, just feeling for the range a little bit, so we can find something on the backhand on the back of that.
These are exactly the kind of fights that both fighters need. As I was saying before, COVID really stalled the career of Najib. He's had some big fights since. He takes the opportunities when they come. So this is a great fight for both fighters and could kick them on to bigger things. You know, it undoubtedly will for whoever comes out on top this evening.
Oh yeah, you know, you've got to give him credit for that. You know, just to be able to stay inactive, you know, through the COVID period and whatnot. You know, these look like, you know, they've had a lot more bouts than they have, to be fair.
Constantly adjusting his footwork, Najib, isn't he? Takes that step and it's quite unpredictable, isn't it? In fact, arguably you wouldn't coach that, because it is unorthodox, and as he steps around there, his footwork at times when he's taking a step actually puts him off balance.
Yeah. And
he goes square-footed a lot of the time. If Giles can time a shot in line with that when his feet are square, he'll catch him. But so far it's working well for Najib, because he's so unpredictable and difficult. Very awkward opponent.
Yeah, this round's sliding a little bit from Levi. He just needs to step on it a little bit more now, because Najib's making it very awkward. As you say, he's been a little bit elusive there, moving his head quite well, switching his feet a little bit.
And he's a fighter as well, Najib, isn't he? Because there's so much movement and he's so agile and active. Once he gets that rhythm and into that flow, is difficult to break down, and that's what you don't want. You don't want him getting his rhythm and getting comfortable, because his movement's constant.
That's right, and Levi needs to figure out a way to stop that from happening.
Needs to interrupt that flow, doesn't he, which he did so well in the previous round. Not so much in this one. He's allowed Razak Najib to get to work and continue to land with these flurries. Plenty of them getting through.
Yeah, Levi just needs to keep his mind a little bit now and start cutting the ring down a bit. Yeah.
Racking up the points, Najib, as he does, as we've seen him do before. Big shot there from
big
Giles,
shot
though.
by Levi, and again. And
again. Now he's followed up, he's caught him. He's out on his feet. Off balance. Off balance. But he seems to have regained his composure. He's struggling there, he's at all sorts of trouble here. Najib, he takes another big shot from Giles. As the bell goes, he had him in all sorts of trouble there, Giles. He knows that's in his locker, he knows he's got the power to put him at risk. A big finish to that round for Levi Giles.
I can't split that round, to be fair, although Levi had some real good closing moments there. You know, Razak, for me, was consistent throughout the round, so it's really difficult to split that round. I won't want to be the judge here.
Yeah, I never envy judges when they have this job. Sitting ringside is the best thing in the world, especially for a fight like this, but not as a judge.
Definitely not.
Here we go then. Goodness me. What a second half of this fight. We're seeing the replays here, of course, of Levi Giles stepping it up.
Orders, 10 seconds.
And he capitalised on that shot, followed up.
Seconds out.
And he had Najib in all sorts of trouble.
Round 6.
As you can see there.
Yeah.
Pretty wobbly on his feet.
Let's
see how well he's recovered now. He's had a minute for them to work on him, regain his composure. Levi Giles takes it straight to him though, doesn't want to give him any respite, won't want to give him too much chance to recover and regain his composure, but Najib seems pretty steady on his feet now.
Yeah, he looks like he's recovered there.
And that was that risk, Wayne, that we're talking about. Although he's very unorthodox and unpredictable and awkward because of his footwork, when he went square with his feet, that's when Giles caught him, and it's a risky approach, isn't it, with a fighter that can punch with the power that Giles can. He always keeps his shape really well, technically very sound, always has his feet under him. Najib, when he brings his feet round, although it is unpredictable and tricky, when he's square, it is vulnerable.
Yeah, he is, and I think Levi just needs to start doubling, you know, 2s and 3s on his punches now, because when he catches him in that position, he can knock his head back and probably catch the judge's eye. I'm sure Matty would have given similar instructions in the corner there.
This one is, of course, scheduled for 10 rounds. Whether we'll see the final bell remains to be seen, because it does look like, certainly in the case of Levi Giles, he has it in his locker to finish this one early, but it is no easy task. The man in front of him, Razak Najib, has had 5 losses but not been stopped. 12 wins to his name, so a tough opponent, constant work rate. He's still not managed to slow him down, even given that massive pressure he had him under at the end of the last round. He wobbled in, he was out on his feet, back against the ropes, and still he's not deterred this constant work rate, and that is what you can expect from Najib, what makes him such a great opponent, especially for the fight fans, because he just is relentless.
Yeah, he is. He's not slowed down at all. You know, he's taking big shots and he's still going forward. You know, if Levi can put a bit more behind them shots, it might actually make a difference, make a dent in him, but you know, as it is, he's just constantly coming forward, and it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare to deal with.
Coming up to the final 30 seconds of round 6. Levi working to the body now. It's been a tidy affair. This referee hasn't really had a great deal to do at all. Both fighters just concerned with getting on with it.
Yeah, they are. It's really, really good. I mean, there's been no holding going on. It's you know, pure action.
Yeah, Both fighters at every opportunity have just wanted to get on with it. How would you call that one? Another close round and a good recovery from Najeeb. I mean, he was absolutely up against it in the final stages of that round 5 there, and he's rallied well, hasn't he? He's recovered really well for round 6.
He has, and again, it's really difficult to split them there. I can't believe you're asking me this now, because I'm going to have to say that potentially went to the blue corner with Razak, so I'm hoping that Levi can step on it.
It is a really tough one to call, and that's why it's really important for Levi Giles now, you know, as we enter the final, you know, the second half of the fight, the final 4 rounds, to make sure that it leaves no doubt in the minds of the judges, because you could, there's an argument in the case of Najeeb, isn't there, for that pure work rate. His work rate's been incredible tonight. He's been relentless. He's kept moving forward. He will be doing that for every single one of these 10 rounds, should it go the distance. Levi Giles is going to have to stop him from
I mean, what
forward.
we know about Levi, he's fit, very fit.
Yeah, he's going to have to stop him.
You've only got to look at him. He can keep this pace up. Let's hope he can turn it on a little bit, just keep consistent in these last three rounds and 3-4 rounds, and make a difference, make a dent in Razak.
Well, as I say, what we know is that Najeeb will not stop coming forward. You have to stop him one way or another, because if it's down to him, he will not stop. He just keeps coming and coming and coming, and every time I've seen him fight, it's been the same. His work rate is relentless, his volume of punches. He's a real nuisance, in your face, sticking that jab out all the time, mixing up his shots, finding the gaps, changes his angles. Very, very busy fighter. Levi Giles just missing with a big backhand there, but when he times those right, they really are the eye-catching shots. What a fight this is. It's been constant action.
Good right hand there from Levi. He needs to build on that now. If he can hit a good shot like that, he needs to build on that.
Well, just approaching the halfway point now of round 7. The crowd all on their feet. They have not sat down for the entire fight so far. They've been screaming at the top of the lungs, imploring Giles to come forward. A good backhand there from him. And that's sometimes what you get on these smaller venues, these more intimate venues. The crowd right on top of the ring, really absorbed in it.
They always make for a good fight.
It's a pretty special atmosphere, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I think they call it a small hall classic.
Absolutely. Some of these closely contested fights in these small arenas are some of the best domestic fights that you can see, and that is exactly what we have here. Credit to both fighters, their conditioning, and they've stuck to the task, and what a fight they've put on for the crowd here tonight.
Levi can't go stale here. He's just having a couple of moments where he's gone a little bit flat. He just needs to step on the gas a little bit here.
This is what Najeeb does. He just nicks the rounds. He just wraps up the points constantly with that constant work
them
rate.
shots, Levi. He needs to not stand still for too long.
30 seconds remaining in this one. Can Levi Giles find another gear to finish the round strong and make his case for the judges?
That's better on that double jab.
He won't want to leave it in doubt. Evasive defensive work from Giles there, just falls short with the backhand. The two fighters end up in a tangle to bring round 7 to a close. This has been fought at an incredible pace, Wayne, hasn't it? I mean, huge credit to both fighters. What would you say to that round? Another close one.
Yeah, very, very close. I can't even split that round.
Again, this is what it might come down to, isn't it? Is the constant work rate and volume of punches from Najeeb versus the more powerful, eye-catching shots from Giles.
Yeah, I mean, it's all going to depend on what the judges are looking at here, but you know what? I've got my bias head on, and obviously I'm a Levi fan, so I'd give that one for Levi just for the more eye-catching stuff.
Seeing some of the replays here, and as you can see, he's just constantly moving, Najeeb, isn't it? How difficult is it when you've got a constantly moving target to land?
You know, when I've got my amateurs in the gym, I always say movement is key. Movement is key to any fight because if you can move, you can land punches, you can defend. You know, and that's how you win a fight. So movement is a nightmare to deal with.
Here we go then, into round 8.
It's a good start from Levi here. Good little crisp shot there.
Nice counter to the body from Giles there. Just working his way in.
Lovely, he's getting his jab off nice now, Levi, in this round.
He's starting to push Najib back a little bit, isn't he, and take that centre ring now, Giles. He's starting to impose himself a little bit and dominate in terms of the space in the ring.
Yeah, he's holding his hands up really high, up on his forehead, up on his temples there. You know, and putting that stiff jab in. So he's just backing Razak up a little bit. He's creating a little bit of space. Hopefully Levi can capitalise on that.
Looks like Najib, has he got a slight cut there? Looks like
just
there's a
over
bit of
his
blood
left
coming
eye
from
there,
his
yeah.
left eye. Looks like he's sustained a slight cut. Doesn't look too troublesome from here, although I don't have a great view of it, but referee had a good look at it then when he separated the two fighters and doesn't seem too concerned. Great backhand from Levi Giles.
Great shot from Levi there. So right where that cut is as well.
Yeah, definitely sustained a cut to the left eye, Najib. Whether that will pose a problem or not, we'll see. It seems to be causing him too many problems at the moment.
Well, that'll give Levi a bit of impetus to go for that area now because obviously you can see the cut.
A minute left in this one.
He's looking for that cut area again.
That's better from Giles as well, isn't it? Because what he doesn't want to do is land and then stay there and let Najib reply with 3 or 4 shots.
Yeah.
On that occasion, he got his shot off, moved off out of range, and he wasn't able to respond.
Yeah, this is a much better round from Levi. He's thinking more defensively. Once he's got his shots off, he's trying to move.
Yeah, he's connecting with that backhand and then just dipping under. He's caught him again now with that left hand. Najib starting to look tired.
Yeah, he's just looking like he's wobbling a bit there.
Closing stages of round 8. Giles lands another one cleanly. This has been a very, very good round for Giles, both offensively and defensively. Last 10, he steps towards him. What's he got in these closing rounds? Giles looking the fresher man at this point.
Yeah, Levi stepped on the grass there. That was definitely a round to Levi there.
With Najib, though, his work rate doesn't necessarily decrease. There's less and less. The more arm shots now, aren't there? There's not much movement in terms of leverage. They do seem to be more arm shots, which is coming from the fatigue. Giles, though, is still full throttle with every punch. He's still loading up.
Yeah, if you look at Levi just on the replay there, you know, he's still composed. He's still looking to land a telling punch. You know, whereas Najib, he does look a little bit ragged. His guard doesn't look as strong. His punches don't.
More in that round,
he's backing up a little bit.
Step. But we haven't really seen him do much of that, have we?
I'm not sure if Matty would have given him some different instructions in the corner there for Levi, but
defensively
come out
so much better, wasn't he?
Much better in that round.
The problem is, even if when he was landing those eye-catching shots, it was then still there for Najib to reply with several of his own. Not in that previous round, though. Much better defensively from Giles. Whether that came from the instructions in the corner, we don't know, but it was very effective. Let's see what he can do in this round.
Yeah, he's still sticking on that double jab there, Levi. And that's
great backhand from Levi Giles. And that is exactly why we may be seeing Najib slow down a little bit, because he will be cautious knowing that that's what's coming back. If he leaves himself open, Giles is firing that backhand over the top. And Najib will not want to ship too many of those. Giles steps forward again with the jab.
Yeah, he's not looking like he wants to step forward as much now, Razak. So Levi's starting to get it through to him a little bit with some bigger punches.
Seems to have done a good job on the cut. Seems to have stemmed that cut for now. It doesn't seem to have opened up again. They've done a good work on that in the corner.
Yeah, it's not bleeding at the minute.
He's in a good position in the sense that it's not bleeding into his eye, so it won't obscure his vision.
Yeah, that's really awkward. I've had that myself, where the blood comes down into the eye and you can't see.
There seems to be a bit of swelling as well, Wayne, but beneath the eye, so it's not going to impede on his vision.
Yeah,
toe to toe now, the two of them, as they meet in the centre ring and exchange blows. Good work this from both fighters. Great backhand from Giles as he gets the better of that exchange. Steps forward. Can he smell blood? Can he see an opportunity here to really put it on Najeeb? Pushes him back again. Giles very much looks the bigger man. Can he use that weight advantage, that, not literal weight, but certainly the sheer size of him, he looks the bigger fighter, doesn't he? Using that to impose himself now and push Najeeb back.
That's it, Levi's just staying compact and strong here, working that double jab, stepping forward, trying to get in range for that backhand.
Another nice backhand, superbly well timed, that backhand from Giles. He draws Najeeb in, doesn't he, and waits for his moment patiently. Yeah. And when he lands that shot, it's so effective.
It took him a few rounds, but I think he's got his number now. If he can just stick to what he's doing now, a lovely little evasive movement, little slip there.
And he has managed to interrupt Najeeb's rhythm that we saw in those earlier rounds. Slower on his feet, not as much change of the angles as we were seeing before, and that's with the sheer weight of these punches coming back at him from Giles as he goes to work again. Najeeb steps to him.
Last 10, Levi.
Great shot again from Levi Giles, left hook landing cleanly. Doesn't deter Najeeb though as he still continues to come forward. That cut opened up again now.
Yeah, that might have been a little tactical move at the end there, finishing in Levi's own corner, because it makes your opponent walk back to his corner across the ring, and it's always that little mind games that you need in this part of the fight.
When you're that fatigued, heading into the final round, those few extra footsteps do feel like a lot, don't they?
They do, yeah. And, you know, my old trainer Steve Pollard used to say that to me. If you can finish the round in your own corner, you make your opponent walk back across the ring when they're tired, and it just takes that little bit more just to get across there, and it's a mindset thing.
It's those 1%, isn't it, as well, that each thing on its own might not make the difference, but accumulatively they can do, and indeed, when you're really fatigued, even getting up off that stool can be an almighty effort. As we head into the final round, you can hear
always up on his feet already.
He's encouraging the crowd. They do not need any encouragement. They've been treated to 9 incredible, fast-paced rounds. As we head into the 10th and final round, the crowd on the feet, the atmosphere lifted. It may well come down to this one. Who knows how the judges have it? Have they favoured the constant work rate of Najeeb or the power punches and eye-catching shots of Giles? We certainly will have an absorbing final round. You cannot take your eyes off this one.
No, I think if Levi can keep cool, calm and collected here, he should have it in the bag. Another good shot there. I'd like to see Levi just stay cautious and just let his hands go when he needs to.
Well, this is where all that training that you've done, miles on the road, rounds in the gym, you'll be thinking about those at this stage, drawing on those energy reserves, biting down on your gum shield and finding and mustering that last bit of energy to try and get yourself over the line and convince the judges. Just need to rally and find that extra bit for that 1 or 2 big shots that could be the difference in such a closely contested bout.
Yeah, this is where Levi needs the crowd to push him on, give him that extra 10%. You know, just to get it over the line.
Aren't they, Wayne? I mean, they've worked as hard as the fighters. They've not stopped. They've been on the feet. They've been shouting, cheering him on all the way through. Really fully behind him. What an atmosphere we've had in here tonight at Grimsby Auditorium. Brilliant for Grimsby to have big fight nights back here in a title fight
That's
on
a great
home
shot.
turf. Right behind their home fighter.
Oh,
as he
they're going
digs
at it
in,
now.
goes toe to toe with Najib, happy to exchange at close quarters, the two fighters, as they try and make room to let their shots go at close range.
Both of them are happy to go toe to toe here.
Under a minute left of this one. Both will want a big finish to the round. What have they still got in the locker? Straight back at it, deep breath, and they go straight back to work. Closing stages, we're into the last 30 seconds. Levi Giles works to the body. Najib straightens up in a bit of a tangle. They're trying to make room to get the shots off.
Great shot
Levi
again by
leads
Levi.
back in. He's got him up against the ropes. Najib trying to tie him up, but he gets free. He goes to work him again, toe to toe. What a finish this is to what has been an incredible fight.
Wow,
as we hear the final bell, what a performance from both fighters. Both raising their arms.
Yeah,
Crowd
both
up on their
counts, they've
feet
won
as
it,
they
yeah.
have been throughout it. Both fighters raising their arms.
Razak just riling the crowd up a little bit here.
Yeah, that's the raw emotion, of course, after a fight. That's what can happen. Is on the ropes, having a bit of an exchange with the fans, but that's how it can get you, of course, the raw emotion. But his corner will settle him now and settle those emotions, and security have got a job on the hands here.
Yeah, I think they have. Let's hope they can all just settle down a little bit.
Just had to disconnect just for a couple of moments there as we just have a little bit of crowd trouble here, just trying to make sure that everybody's safe at ringside. Not the scenes that we want to see, and really disappointing when you get this at the end of the fight, but of course not to take away from what was, Wayne, an incredible fight. Enormous credit to both fighters. What a performance from both of them. I mean, the whole way through, the pace, the intensity, the skill. Just what a fight we've been treated to. A real classic small hall domestic fight here.
Yeah, definitely.
Tremendous.
Yeah, it was a great fight. It's just a shame there's a little bit of trouble at the end here, but let's hope we can get that sorted out as quick as possible.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just calm yourselves down. Listen, we paid all this money to watch these boxers inside the ring, not to watch you on the outside. Just calm down.
Apologies for that. There is unfortunately a disturbance in the crowd. Of course, emotions running high, and the crowd getting involved in a way that we don't want to see. It does sometimes happen, but let's refocus on the incredible fight we've just seen here for the vacant Commonwealth Silver Super Featherweight Championship as we go to our MC Terry Gauci.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Listen, just calm yourselves down. We know you're getting excited. We know you've had a couple of beers. Calm yourselves down. It's about these guys in the ring. They've sold the tickets. They've got a brilliant show for you lot. Let's hear your support for these two boxers, because this is real boxing. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we go to the judges' scorecards. Our first judge, Mr. Kevin Parker, scored the contest 95-95. Judge 2, Mr. Phil Edwards, scored the contest 97-94. Our third judge, Mr. Terry O'Connor, scored the contest 98-93. In favour of your winner and your new Commonwealth Silver Super Featherweight Champion, Grimsby's Levi Giles!
Well, there we have it. Levi Giles falls to his knees, overcome with emotion. He's waited a long, long time for this moment. He was denied his chance to celebrate in his last title fight, of course, that controversial decision against Michael Gomez Jr. Now, in front of his home crowd, he gets to bring the silverware back to Grimsby by taking this Commonwealth Silver Super Featherweight Championship. He's waited a long time. He went about it a tough way, because that was a tough fight, and all credit to Najib. But a great night for Levi Giles and a well-deserved win for him, Wayne.
Definitely, I'm made up for Levi. I've known him for, like I said, I've known him for a long, long time. You know, and he deserved it tonight. It was a close fight, don't get me wrong. You know, Razak definitely brought his A game tonight, and it was close, but for me, it was definitely the right decision that came in the end.
Well, we can see here, of course, Levi Giles now has received the Commonwealth title belt. It's round his waist. That is going to be a pretty amazing feeling, especially in front of his home fans. I know it means so much to him. You know, he's a fantastic ambassador for Grimsby. He's a great role model for the sport. A brilliant, you know, obviously an exceptional fighter, but just conducts himself in such a professional manner. As I say, great role model, great ambassador. Really important for him how he represents Grimsby, and what a pleasure for him, and you know, what a moment for him to be able to celebrate this with his home fans.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It is absolutely brilliant. You know, we've got Kirsty Hill, who's a Commonwealth champion, and then now Levi, who's a silver Commonwealth champion. You know, the town really is on the up in terms of its sponsors. You know, and Levi's at the forefront of that.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be chatting to Levi Giles ringside. Wayne Bloy, what a pleasure it's been to have you with me. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
And what a privilege it was to share that fight. Goodness me, what a performance, what an incredible night of boxing we've had here at Grimsby Auditorium. Topped off with a sensational bout. Great performance from both fighters, and just as you said before, a classic small hall bout. I mean, every single fan on the feet. What a performance from both fighters. What a great fight.
Thanks for having me, and hopefully we'll speak soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we go, you can tell us a little bit about your gym, Fusion.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So after I finished my professional career, I set up Fusion more to help vulnerable kids and looked after kids and that kind of stuff. And it's just kind of snowballed, and all of a sudden I've got, you know, a team of amateur boxers, a team of coaches, you know, and it's great, you know. And Levi comes in there. Obviously he's from the Grimsby ABC gym, but when he comes into ours, all the kids love him, you know, and now he's got this belt, they'll look for something.
Well, they're in for a treat this week when he brings that belt in, but it's important to mention that, because nights like this wouldn't happen without gyms like yours, without the likes of Carl Greaves and all of you that have, you know, want to make sure that other young fighters get the opportunities that you had, and without that, lifeblood at grassroots level, these nights wouldn't happen. So it's important to mention those grassroots amateur gyms where coaches give their time and energy night after night for free. It's hard work, but it makes it worth it, and as I'm sure you'll feel and Carl Greaves will feel tonight, seeing Levi Giles realise his dream makes it all worth it.
It definitely does for me. You know, like you say, you do see coaches giving their time up for free. If you ask somebody off the street, give 18 hours a week up for nothing, they'd tell you to get lost. But you know, boxing coaches do it, and this is the result tonight. You know, Dave Rayworth, who was Levi's amateur coach. You know, he's been in the game years and years and years, and look at what has come of it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just going to be great when it comes to inspire your young fighters in your amateur gym this week. Wayne, thank you so much for your company, and wish everyone the best at Fusion Gym, and thanks so much for your company this evening.
Thank you.
Levi Giles, silver Commonwealth champion, in front of your home crowd. How do you feel right now? Sum it up for us.
I feel fantastic. You know, a lot of people wrote Razak off tonight, but I didn't. I knew Razak was very, very tough. I've seen him take a lot of shots off, you know, some very good people and not be affected. I caught him with some of my best shots in there tonight. Some wild. I'm probably my own biggest critic. The performance could have been a bit better, but we're learning, and I want these 50-50 fights. I don't want people that are going to come and fall over. I need the Razaks. And history made. I want, this is to set me up now. Me, for my little boy, my beautiful fiance, for a massive 2024, and now I'm ready for the big boys. You know, Reece Bellotti, Liam Dillon, when they fight for that British in the Commonwealth, I'm right up there. I want the win.
Yeah, of course, Reece Bellotti had his recent win against Aqib Fiaz. It was a good performance from him. That's the level you want to be at. You've proven yourself at that level already.
He fights, and I know how good Reece Bellotti is. Very good, but I'm not going to get better if I don't want these names. I don't really call people out. I just want the next step, and I feel like now we've got the silver, let's go for the gold.
Razak Najib, certainly, if people were underestimating, made a mistake. But having seen him fight before, we know he's relentless. He never stops coming forward. Didn't have the power that you possess, but that is a nuisance, isn't he? He's constantly in your face. How did you find that to deal with?
I feel like it was, to be fair, it was a bigger puncher than Gomez, definitely. And it wasn't really a bigger puncher, it was more where he come from, different angles with his shots.
He's so awkward, isn't he? Because he's constantly moving, really busy all the time.
And he's so tough. I mean, that was the making of me, and tonight we're pushing on him. A massive respect to Razak anyway, to be honest.
Well, you had him really rattled at the end of round 5, but he recovered really well. Nothing seemed to deter him. Did you think, I mean, I know you prepared for 10 rounds, did you think you could get him out of there at some point?
I thought if I was going to get him out of there, it's going to be late on because the step up in weight, the inactivity, but you know, he said he's had a bit of time out and now he's back, and this is the fight he needed. It's tough. That's my toughest fight today. And for me, for one, I underestimate no one. Anyone that gets in there, I don't underestimate. But especially him, I knew he was tough, and I knew with that extra weight, you know, he might be a bit even more durable coming up to super feather. It's a title. Anyone you put in for a title, you know yourself. Anyone you put in for a title is going to be in there, give 100%.
These are the moments we live for, though. We were saying in commentary, last time you were here for your homecoming, it was an incredible atmosphere. We knew it'd go even bigger tonight, and it did. The atmosphere in here, there's sometimes you don't get that in a big arena, but in a small arena like this one, it's filled with everyone's here for you. Most of them will know you, and you'll know them. It was an unbelievable atmosphere. What was it like walking out here tonight?
you know what? I can't really put it into words. It's like, it's so surreal that I'm living my dream. This is what I did from a young boy, and a lot of people, when I was a lot younger and stuff, my mates are still supporting me now, and they're here today with me. Used to be like, what's he, you know what I mean, getting the bus to training and then coming home and then playing back out with us, what's he doing? And well, lads, this is what I was doing, and they support me, every single fight. The support is absolutely brilliant, you can see. And this is what promoters want. They don't want, the problem you've got with professional boxing is you need to be able to sell tickets. A lot of people that are very, very good don't sell a lot of tickets, and that's why they don't get, they just get fed to the ticket sellers that are probably a couple of levels above because of that reason. I sell tickets. I'm at this level now, and like I said again, I've got the support. I've got my beautiful fiance over there, Demi. She's an absolute gem, to be honest. She don't realise how much she does for me at home, but she makes life so easy for me. And anyone that's unfortunate enough to be with a professional fighter will know that it's not easy at all.
Certainly not, and that support is so important. That said, then, you've made history in front of your home fans. You're a great ambassador for the sport, a great ambassador for Grimsby as well. I know you've talked about what you want next, but as a final word, I guess I'd like to give you the opportunity to thank whoever you want to, and shout out to who's helping you on this journey that's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Obviously, I've thanked all my support, my sponsors and everything like that, but I just want to thank, I don't know where they are, but my fantastic team, Matty Teague, Andrew Blackett, Dan West, these people with me in the morning, 6 in the morning, one of them's with me. They work 12-hour shifts between them, and then they're back on the night time. These lads put as much effort in as I do, and this is why we gel with each other. We're other than Dan, we're free council estate kids. We come from nothing, we've had fuck all. But I'll make something of myself, and this is just the start of it.
Well, you're certainly doing that. Huge congratulations. Go and enjoy this moment with your fiancé and all your fans now. And a massive well done.
Shout out to Carl Greaves, the man. Brings boxing back for me. He gets me the fights I need. 2024, any super featherweight. The smoke's here. Let's get it.
Brilliant. Well, you heard it from him. There's big, big things to come, of course, from Levi Giles. What a night of boxing we've had. An upset, we've had 50-50s and a title win, bringing history to Grimsby. Thank you so much for joining us on Fightzone TV. Stacey Copeland, we're back with you soon for more great fight nights. Thanks for being with us.